Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to each one of you to the GCC Business Summit, Empowering Businesses, organized by the Confederation of Indian Industry. To begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his opening remarks, please.
Good afternoon, and I request all in the hall to kindly be seated. There are some seats in the front which are still open. Srimati Vandana Gurnani, the Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment. Srimati Anuradha Thakur, the Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs of the Government, Ministry of Finance. Mr. Sanjay Bahadur, the Member Income Tax, CBDT, Shri KK Singh, the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the three who have been driving from the industry, Gunjan Samtani of Goldman Sachs, Mr. Romal Shetty from the Deloitte, and of course Ajay Vij from the Accenture, and very, very eminent personalities, government, leadership who are present in this room. A very, very strong and a warm welcome to each one of you. It's indeed a pleasure to have this type of a response from our policymakers as well as other stakeholders to participate and collaborate in the first type of a discussion in this large hall to talk about the contours of a national GCC framework. So this is the first time that this is being done, and we look forward to many more discussions in larger and, of course, smaller formats have been taking place. You have seen the structure of the program which has been circulated, and from our side, as you will have noticed, that we have mentioned the name of some of the senior government speakers during the course of the day in the sessions that we are going to have, which will be all in very discussion format. And we would conclude the day with the Honorable Finance Minister coming in for her, giving her address, before which she hears the day's deliberations. So we are indeed very, very delighted to have this phenomenal response and audience, and also the panels that we have during the course of the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the phenomenal GCC story which has emerged in India, the type of focus that we have seen by our government, and we have seen the response globally. And this is, we think, the most opportune moment for us to discuss the subjects that have been listed in the program. Several contours, this collaborative policy between the different stakeholders, as we look forward to a policy framework. And this collaboration really makes us, as if I may say, setting the context of this first opening plenary is to really first maybe talk about the talent development. While us as a country, India's STEM talent pool is indeed unmatched. The demands for the GCC, that changes rapidly. It is changing, and from legacy coding to emerging domains like cloud native platforms, embedded software, ethical AI, and advanced analytics. Our governments have also been very, very proactive, and they have made significant investments through skilling missions and centers of excellence. But what's needed probably now is a greater collaboration between industry and help co-develop, in fact, enable hands-on exposure and build deep specialization. Is what our focus has been also to see how we can get into the tier 2 cities. And at the national level talent development platform, which is backed jointly by the government and industry, that could really be an important game changer. Ladies and gentlemen, the second issue has been infrastructure, and as GCCs, they keep expanding much beyond the metros, and I talked about it. The role of our public infrastructure, our urban planning, all of that is critical, and plug-and-play workspaces, robust power, and data connectivity livability, of course, and mobility. All of this comes in, and that's, again, a point which we have emphasized upon. The third, of course, is innovation. We have been, as a country, a vibrant startup ecosystem, pretty well known, understood, and the really expanding R&D capacity, that gives us a strong foundation for this collaborative innovation. And national policy that really could create a formal mechanism for the GCCs, the GCC startup partnership. And again, innovative platforms, shared IP frameworks, government-matched co-developed grants. Finally, of course, a very issue of paramount importance, governance. And a national GCC council, maybe, with the participation of our senior leadership from the country, our key ministers, our state governments, our policymakers in the central government, industry leadership is something that we have been deliberating on and wanted to put it up for discussion. So the idea is just not to scale what's already at works, but also to unlock some of our new opportunity areas and about cementing the position of our country, India, not just as a host to GCCs, but partner in this global transformation. So with that, I really wanted to once again welcome this very strong opening session panel that we have, and indeed grateful for them to have spared this time for this deliberation. I would really request all of you to really join me in welcoming this very, very strong leadership panel that we have from the Government of India present here on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please. With that, I'll first turn to Mighty, our Joint Secretary present here, Mr. K.K. Singh, for his comments. What we will do, we will have our comments by our four policy makers, and then open it up for some to our discussants who are seated here. Mr. K.K. Singh, would you please? Would you like to give it from there? You could come here up here.
Namaskar, very good afternoon to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and august gathering present here, especially members of the CII. A warm welcome to all of you. So I have been told to give remarks at the end of the program, but now I have been told to start. So anyway, so I will take just 3 to 4 minutes. To start with, from cost arbitrage to innovation, powered by emerging technologies, India's GCC landscape is rapidly shifting. And GCCs impact India's economy by creating high-value jobs. Around 1.9 million jobs are there, fostering skill development, and also facilitating knowledge transfer to service providers to GCC. This is what GCC from our perspective. As far as global scenario is concerned, you see we have many competitive countries like Mexico, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Poland, other Eastern European countries. And where we have a strength, we are competitive. Apart from this cost competitiveness, we have a strength in diversified skilled talent pool and supportive policies. So ultimately, it's a talent we all know. So most focus, what we have to do is on talent. So because we have a lot of consultation from industry, each and everybody has suggested about talent. So government has to focus on talent, how we can create a funnel for the GCCs, not from GCC, all MNCs and all industries in the ecosystem. So current status, I think all of you are aware that around 1,800 plus GCCs are there, mostly concentrated in 6 locations, 30% in Bangalore, around 19-20% in Hyderabad, followed by Delhi region, that is around 15%, 12% in Mumbai, 10% in Pune, and 9% in Chennai. So around 95% our GCCs are concentrated in 6 locations, and only 5% in remaining emerging cities. So challenge is also there, how to expand them. So in one of the discussion, the minister sir was present. So he told that normally concentration is this kind of industry normally grow in particular small locations. So it will be a challenge for us to expand them in tier 2 cities. So, but anyway, that was the, I think, approach. That's why our Honorable Finance Minister has, in her budget speech, has suggested to frame out a policy, formulate guidelines for the states so that they can enhance, accelerate the growth of GCCs. So we have 2 aspects now. As a METI, this assignment has been given to METI. As a line ministry. So our, first of all, request is that from all, I think, I'm happy to see such a large gathering. So my request from CII will be there to please get any of the suggestions out of you have done a lot of work in that. Already you have prepared a draft policy for GCC, but even though any kind of suggestion out of the box thinking, which can support METI in formulating these kind of policy where we can issue guidelines to the states. Apart from that, any actionable part on behalf of union government, central government, any suggestions, definitely we are also working upon that. And it is pertinent to mention here, ma'am, and sirs present here, that all these GCCs are basically driven by the backbone of IT. That is the only IT, I think it is the only IT solution and talent available in India. That's why these industries are opting as a destination point for them to set up their GCC centers. So our approach will be there to have a benchmarking of best practices in these 6 locations where those states are there. They have their own policies. So based on that, we will create a benchmark guidelines for other states so that they can also follow and have a ecosystem, have a potential so that gradually GCCs can also opt for setting up their centers. But we have seen that hardly green GCCs are opting for these tier 2 cities. Mostly brown GCCs are opting for. But yes, we should have a vision because we have to bring a approach where inclusiveness is there so that all emerging cities. As per the NASSCOM and Deloitte report, we had around 25 cities has been identified as emerging hubs. So our focus will be there to guide them so that they can also have a potential. And nuances experts are there in CI reports. I have seen that a lot of finer nuances has been included to guide the industry, guide the government also. I have seen even guidance for the government you have framed in that draft policy. That will be helpful for us in formulating that framework for state government. So at the end, regarding the assignment which has been given to METI is regarding formulating a framework. And in this regard, I would like to apprise that central government has started working towards evolving this national framework for GCC for enhancing growth of GCCs in India and expanding their base. And I am confident that these initiatives, with all of your support, like all stakeholders present here, CII is there, will certainly place India at the top of the global GCC ecosystem, effectively contributing in meeting India's aspiration to become developed nation by 2047. Thank you so much, and please be in touch. आपसे हमें बहुत कुछ पता करना है. आप experts हैं, हर sector से हैं CII में. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for making those opening comments for the day and not really putting in the last word. But we will come back to you to also during this session if the time permits. With that, I'll come to Mr. Sanjay Bahadur, the member income tax CBDT, for his opening remarks. As tax has been a big issue in terms of how one looks forward to the various policies and in terms of simplification, etc., that you are rolling out. Please. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you, the august gathering in the audience, as well as the esteemed members on the dais. It's indeed a privilege to be part of this summit, which I must say, when I got to know about it, it was a very exciting summit to look forward to, because this is a completely new topic. As far as taxation goes, I can imagine there's a lot of expectation in the stakeholders. At the outset, I can say that it is undeniable that GCC is a sector of economy which is definitely growing at a pace which will far exceed even the expectations of CII, as they have mentioned in their brochures. We are looking at a very robust growth in the next 5 to 10 years, and the dynamics are changing. As it is, this sector contributes nearly 2% of the GDP, and its employment figures, I think, now are something like 30 million or 25 million. And this is expected to grow in the next few years. Keeping that in mind, as you know, the agency which is there to enable growth of industry in any sector, make it easy to do business in those sectors, we at CBDT are fully alert and alive to this future potential of this sector. I can imagine that there would be some concerns, especially regarding transfer policy pricing issues, because the nature of activity in this sector has completely undergone a phenomenal change in the last, say, couple of decades. I would say end of 90s, when this kind of, at that time it was called outsourcing, and now it has moved 30 years later, where the input given by GCC is very complex. It is very complex and very dynamic across borders. When it comes to areas such as design, innovation, back-end services, as well as certain inputs in engineering, there is a matrix of value addition in the services and the products that GCC is able to provide to its principals. And in that sense, it becomes a very complicated issue when it comes to transfer pricing. I can well imagine these issues will be flagged by all the stakeholders, and I would encourage CII to engage with CBDT in enabling us to move forward along with you to further improve and strengthen this sector, because this sector is going to become very important in the economic growth of the country. It is also going to be an enabler for India to position itself as a kind of global business hub spanning across various sectors of industry. Some of the issues which I'm sure will be flagged during the course of the day when it comes to the tax regimes are to give some kind of special treatment to the sector. Currently, I'm not aware of whether there was any proposal from the industry, from the stakeholders in this regards, but I'm eagerly looking forward to what inputs I get and receive today. In terms of regime of taxation, it is important that disputes are resolved quickly and disputes are resolved effectively and satisfactorily. In this regard, I think there might be some suggestions in APA regime. There might also be some suggestions regarding the speed of disposal of appeals which arise out of these disputes. All these things, I'm sure the stakeholders will be able to throw a light on and come up with ideas which we can run with. As I said, we look at ourselves as enablers of business and enterprise, and in this exciting new area, we are willing to go the mile, we are willing to be guided, and we are there to help the sector in the best possible way we can. More important than me conveying any thoughts today, I feel that it is time for me to listen and to take notes and then invite the stakeholders to come forward, meet us, engage with us, and let us work on this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bahadur. Now it's my pleasure to move on to the Department of Economic Affairs and request the Secretary, Mrs. Anuradha Thakur, to speak. And there's a lot of expectation, of course, around the entire policy ecosystem, making India an attractive destination, and how do we really bring up in the global economic landscape as to how we could work together. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chandrajit. It's really my privilege and pleasure to be here, and to see such a full house is extremely encouraging. All the distinguished guests on the dais, as well as very distinguished people in this room, including some of my eminent seniors. It's, like I said, it's my privilege to be here. And like speakers before me have said, the issues more or less seem to have been identified. And the reason that CII has helped bring everyone together, for which I hugely commend them, because it is extremely timely, is that we have an opportunity to sit together and discuss key areas where more can be done, and what are those policy imperatives that can be identified which could help the sector grow further. We have seen the sector grow, and we know how many, more than 1,800 GCCs apparently now operate out of India, as per the report that CII had kindly given us. We know how it started, and most of what I would say actually is almost like preaching to the choir. All of you know these facts. The way I was thinking about this is what we already know, I just put it in about 3-4 bunches so that the flow could be in such a way that each of those actually points to an area where we could work together, but we need exact action points. What should be allowed to grow organically, where a fillip is needed, and which are those areas of collaboration where government or industry needs to come forward and engage further. So we know that starting with the beginning of the offshoring, when Texas Instruments first set up office in Bangalore in 1985, we have now come to this point where we are one amongst the biggest GCC centers in the world. From BPOs to captive centers to global in-house centers to now being called GCCs, that journey is explained in those terminologies itself. The large engines, the GCCs being like a huge engine of revenue, of growth, of employment, that is what attracts our attention, particularly now that it has achieved so much of a scale. And the kind of range of services that GCCs are now engaging with, product development, operations, BPOs, engineering, software, these are all areas in which you all are already working and are growing further in diverse ways. The point that came to my mind was, what is it that we have done? What is it that we have done right that has enabled such a big audience today to come together, which shows the scale of operations already in this sector? And I would feel that we identified a couple, which I'll just go over. Again, nothing that you all don't know. The key drivers of GCCs in India, like Mr. Mishra also said, one of them is the strong infrastructure, both physical and digital, which has been there, and strategic interventions such as the Digital India and policies which have been taken over the last 10 years for ease of doing business, including streamlined approvals, licensing processes for GCCs, better risk and regulatory environment over the years, initiatives like streamlined tax regulations, compliance procedures. All of this together has built up this segment, which has now come to this. Besides this, like again it was said, even now GCCs are focused in particular states. So we need to study what those states did better or did earlier in advance, whether it is Bangalore, whether it is Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana. We know that those states had specific policies both on the physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure side. They also had certain regulatory policy initiatives which has helped GCCs conglomerate over there and further grow. Whether we need to disturb that or add more is something that we need to deliberate today, perhaps a bit of both. Similarly, I think the innovation and startup ecosystem and all the fillip that has been given to it over the last couple of years is a very key factor which has led us to this point and which also informs us about where more work needs to be done. And one of the things that was spoken of, the availability of talent. The numbers which are before me is that we have about 2.1 million STEM graduates coming out annually, and a huge and diverse workforce in which more than 35% participation is of women, and the median age group is very young, it's about 28 years. This has provided a fertile ground and it has expanded the reach of GCCs. In this regard, I think what is important, and Secretary Labour, Madam, will speak more about this. I have a very small experience in this regard in my previous Ministry of Corporate Affairs, where we were trying to work on the PM internship scheme, in which industry was encouraged to put out internship offers, and children were encouraged to come on the portal and take part in it. Unfortunately, GCCs could not participate to the extent that we had expected, and we found that decision-making probably could have been faster in that. And it is a win-win kind of situation. So, national programs of importance which help the ecosystem, and in all these points that I have spoken about, whether infrastructure, whether regulatory and policy environment, whether the geographical spread, because now, as again has been said, while these three or four centers, or I think Mr. Mishra said about 9 centers, are those that have the bulk of the GCCs, they have already started spreading to tier 2 towns. So what are those things that we need to create? What is the framework that is needed to create? What are the kind of dialogues the center can have with the state governments to push this geographically as well? Because many of the states where we have a bulk of talented human resource probably don't have the bulk of the GCCs which could be there, which could be another way of cost, being competitive on cost. Similarly, the sectors have now expanded, like I said in the beginning. We are no longer just a recipient of work transitions and core business functions. We are also expanding to engineering, R&D, and the focus is on AI and emerging tech. So on this, what are the other areas which probably need to be brought into our ITIs? Are there specialized engineering courses which need to be introduced? What are the areas in which we already have a certain amount of expertise, but more needs to be built in? What are the kind of things the industry can do to build that, those kind of talent and those kind of experiences for children to come forward? I think these are the areas, and I'm sure that today there will be discussion on all of these points. And going forward, a lot of the GCCs contribute to their parent organization success while propelling India's economic growth. I think they contribute about 1.8% of the total gross value added to our economy. And as more global players are going to be setting up shop, and from across the globe, not just the US, it's expanding now to other countries. Again, there's a question there. Can there be more outreach to different countries who are looking for this to attract them to India? What do we need to do to be able to attract that? And are there different business models? That's for you all to see that need to be set up. Is there a policy aspect to that where you would need partnership with government? I would be looking forward to CII summarization at the end of the day of what kind of discussions take place, so that collectively we can work on something which has grown up to this level and take it to another level altogether, so that we can all collectively benefit from the growth of the GCCs, which rightly currently has grown on the basic fertile ground that we all have put up together. With those words, I would like to wish the workshop today a great success. Thanks CII for organizing this. Thank you all for turning up in such a large number, and ending with the fact that it has been indeed a privilege to speak to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks. And yes, of course, this is a large-scale sort of a collaborative discussion framework which is following many smaller group meetings of consultation. And of course, as you mentioned, consultation is two-way, and you did also give your feedback, which was very, very important and interesting. And the collaboration with the states and the collaboration with our different ministries as we go towards a policy framework and taking this forward would be extremely critical. With that, I come now to Secretary Labor and Employment, Mrs. Vandana Gurnani, to make her remarks and comments. As she moves to the podium, I must say this is going to be a very, very critical ministry for us to work with, in terms of it has huge opportunity and the regulatory framework would be so critical.
Thank you so much. Distinguished panelists on the dais with me, our seniors who I see in the audience, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like Anuradha before me, I feel I'm fortunate to be here, to be interacting and speaking to this large gathering which represents the GCC sector in our economy. I would like to, in my next few minutes, concentrate on the employment potential and employment perspective that I will bring to this discussion today. I am aware of the huge contribution that GCCs have made to employment and also the further potential that exists. But I'd like to just begin by giving a slightly macro picture on the employment metrics, because one does see a lot of narratives and discussion on that in the media. So if we just compare ourselves with 2017-18 to say 23-24, for which we have the latest data, we have seen a very decent increase in the workforce participation rate, including for women and youth, which is where I think GCCs play a very major role. I would like to specifically focus on youth unemployment, which has gone down from 17.8% to 10.2%, which is, I would say, a better decline than the global scenario. Globally, the youth unemployment is 13.3%, whereas in India it is at 10.2%. Now, this is where I think there is a huge scope for GCCs and where we need to collectively put our heads together and do a lot of work in. And here I would like to speak about the recently announced employment-linked incentive scheme, because I feel that's an area where we can partner with the GCCs, both at the national level and the state level, to make sure that you have the right talent and the youth in the country get employment. I'm also aware of your huge contribution towards female workforce participation, with about 30 to 35% workforce in your sector being women. So with this perspective, I would like to just go back to the last year's budget announcement, where a complete package was announced for employment, especially youth employment and skilling. We had the PM internship scheme, which Anuradha spoke about. We've recently had the ITI upgradation and the centers of excellence, which has been cleared by the cabinet, which is championed by the skill ministry. And now we have the employment-linked incentive scheme. I also hope that it does not meet the same fate as the PM internship scheme when it came to GCC, as Anuradha has highlighted. I just wanted to mention that there are very substantive benefits available not just to employees but to employers as part of this new initiative of the government. The scheme would start on 1st August. It has an overall outlay of 1 lakh crores, so it's a very ambitious scheme. It aims to generate employment of 3.5 crores, out of which 1.9 crores are going to be first-timers. So this is the broad objective of the scheme. And a question that may come to mind is that how does the scheme benefit? Employment is as a business decision. Why would companies want to come forward and generate employment just because there is a scheme from the government? So here I would like to highlight the international experience. What has been seen, and this kind of an initiative has already been experimented and tried in several countries: Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, Germany, Turkey. These countries have done these similar initiatives, and these have been documented, published, and what has been seen is that it has not only increased employment, it has increased sustained employment. So it's not that people just generated employment for a few days to take a benefit of a subsidy from government. It has led to sustained employment, and it has also led to wage increase. So these have been the three benefits that the international experience has shown. Also, the theory behind this is that from the employer perspective, it will reduce the marginal cost of hiring, and therefore also when there is a decision to be taken, and this is true for labor-intensive sectors, decision between automation and labor, this could probably tilt the scales in favor of labor. So this is broadly the scheme. I also wanted to assure you that the scheme design is very simple and the scheme processes are very simple, because many times what comes to mind is that any of such schemes will have elaborate registration processes and elaborate processes to get this kind of a benefit. This is not the case. It's a very, very simply designed scheme with very simple processes. So I would like to use this platform today, which CII has organized, to basically request all of you to kindly study this, to see how you can get involved in this kind of an initiative, because you are on a daily basis generating employment and have a huge employment potential. The other initiative that I'd like to speak about is the National Career Services. So we have a one-stop solution called the National Career Services Portal, which has a whole lot of not just government but also private jobs that are put on this portal. And it has, I would like to just mention a few names. We have MOUs with Foundit, with Cygnus Ujala Group, Apna, Swiggy, Rapido, Team Lease at Tech, Amazon, etc. They're all on this portal. The jobs are on this portal, and so are job seekers. So it's a huge, huge opportunity where people can find the right talent that they are looking for. And I just wanted to mention that as another service that is available, in which as a ministry we could partner with not just CII but with GCCs. Coming to GCCs in particular, I think much has been said about the current scale and the contribution from the GCC, and especially the huge number of professionals, about 1.9 million professionals that are working in this. I'd also like to mention that while this is a huge credit to the entire GCC sector and the private sector, there has also been a lot of contributions from various ministries. We had the Joint Secretary from MIT speak right now. So the entire digital infrastructure push, which makes India a very unique destination. Ministry of Education's focus on STEM and industry-aligned curricula, and Secretary DA spoke about it, the kind of availability of workforce that we have in the country, especially from the STEM stream. Ministry of Commerce's trade policies, which have created a fertile ground for GCCs. As far as our ministry is concerned, apart from what I spoke about employment, I'd also like to speak about labor reforms, because I'm sure this is another arena in which on a day-to-day basis you must be facing issues in terms of compliances. So attempts have been made to make sure that we have 29 labor acts now. They have now been codified into 4 codes, which are very simple with uniform definitions. the number of compliances, the number of returns to be filed, the number of licenses, approvals have been drastically rationalized, and also the punishments in case of non-compliance have also been reduced drastically. However, since these labor codes are still to come into effect, an attempt is on currently to work with the state governments to make sure that some of the critical such labor compliances which have a bearing on the industry, they can be rationalized. So for example, there are states which have already allowed the employment of women at night time. I know for the IT sector, these are much required. Those changes have been already made. So this is the way currently the work is progressing. While the codes have still to come into effect, the action has shifted to the states, and when states are making these reforms in the acts and rules, we from the national level are supporting it to make sure that they go through. So the other small issue that I wanted to speak about was we have also started partnering with universities and educational institutions to set up what we call education to employment career lounges. There is one right here in the National Institute of Career Services at Noida. If you have time, I'll encourage you to visit that. And this is basically, these are career lounges which are normally set up in a university setting. This one we have in Noida is set up in partnership with Team Lees. And this is where people go through, the youth who come there, they go through psychometric testing, individual counseling, so that the professions and jobs that they are suitable for get identified. And subsequently, there are employers and companies who visit these centers. There are huge job fairs that are held. In fact, I recently went there and interacted with them. They are very happy with the services offered and the kind of talent they are able to pick up. So we want to expand this to almost all the universities in the country. Bit by bit, we will be getting there. So this is another information I wanted to share with you, because this would also help you, find the right professionals for your work. I think going forward, like others before me, I would really look forward to the deliberations and the outcome of deliberations today. And if there are any issues in the labor and the employment sector that we can work on, we would look forward to your inputs in that. One more suggestion I had from our end: we have a whole lot of agreements with various countries. So there are global collaborations for mobility of workforce. We have partnerships as part of the G20 Skills Initiative, and we have bilateral agreements with certain countries, including, for example, Japan and Germany, for cross-border talent mobility. These agreements and these partnerships also could be leveraged for the work of the GCC. So with these few suggestions and looking forward to your suggestions, I'll look forward to, I think, this GCC story reaching more and more higher heights. I personally, from the Labour and Employment Ministry, would welcome your suggestions, and I hope that and expect that this revolution will attract more and more skilled workforce in the country, who will, especially women, who will become a part of our growth story. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those very important remarks and those important thoughts and how we can take some of the issues that you have raised forward. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have three of our leaders, if I can say, co-leaders, who have been giving this work from within the institution CII a shape, and how we and this draft report that was being referred to was created. Gunjan Samtani of the Goldman Sachs and Romal Shetty, of course, have been chairing and co-chairing the task force that we have had formed on the GCCs, and for really coordinating and taking the stakeholder inputs and putting forward the draft report for discussions today. And also with us here, of course, is Ajay Vij, who chairs the Accenture in India. And he, of course, is the biggest GCC, if I may say so. And between them, I would leave in this 15 minutes to respond to some of the issues raised by our policymakers and see how we can take this discussion forward. So should I ask Ajay first before I ask the two co-chairs who are interested parties in this report?
Sure, certainly, and I'm going to take the liberty of sitting and talking for the panel. I think everything has been said, right? All the problems put on the table, all the strengths of the country put on the table, all what we need to do has been said by the four leaders from the government here, and I think everything is true over there. But just to, and I dare to speak on behalf of the industry, so bear with me on that. I think the GCCs is the best catalyst that we've got for the growth of this nation from now till 2047, correct? And it's almost, if I was to compare it with the technology industry, it's almost like the Y2K movement all over again. And this is even better because obviously everything has evolved that much. More importantly, this is cross-industry now, right? The exposure our talent or leaders like us are getting to global technologies, to global R&D, to the kind of work that's happening across the world, and it's coming to India. It's not that we need to send our people over there. Is the best opportunity we could have got, right? It is up to us to make the most of it. So that's one. So it's the opportunity sitting in front of us. We cannot fail in this. I know with the risk of summarizing what's just been said, we always believe in this trinity of technology, talent, and trust. And I'll summarize in that as to what the industry is really looking for. Technology in this case expanded to infrastructure, and I think that's super important right now. Infrastructure in the space of high-tech work that can happen, in the space of the R&D potential that we can create, innovation that happens, the partnerships that need to happen for that. Infrastructure in terms of, let's say, physical infrastructure. I completely respect tier 2 cities. We've moved to 7 or 8 cities in the last, I think, 3 years, and that's been a huge, I have in fact stopped calling them tier 2 cities. They are emerging cities. Some of their infrastructure puts infrastructure in rest of the metros at shame. So I'm really a proponent of that. But with that said, let's not take the spotlight away from the big metros. I think a lot of infrastructure work needs to happen in our existing metros. That's the image, the brand the country has. I think we need to invest on that. So I'd put forward that as one of the issues, not even issues, I'll say one of the things to do on the table. So infrastructure, primary, I think it's the brand we need to build for the country. Foundation, fundamental strength is talent, right? It is the reason why the world is coming to India. At the same time, it can become a reason why we won't be able to perform what we want to do. And hence the investment in skilling, hence the investment short-term, mid-term, long-term. Right? My way of thinking of it is, and I'm sure many of you would agree, one is, yes, what's the ball we are holding today? Let's also see where is this ball going to fall 5 years from now. That's equally important, right? And we need to prepare for that. So short term, right now we need a lot of talent to be upskilled, to deliver to what the new emerging technologies are asking for or the various GCCs are asking for. In the long term, it's going to be a very different world, highly productive, superhuman potentials. How are we going to prepare for that? So I would put that as my talent piece over there, and it would need campaigns. It would need maybe 2-3 years of just dedicated work on our talent, on skilling India across. And it's not just R&D kind skilling. That's very important. We need to become from a service-oriented country to an innovation-oriented country, and that'll take time, right? And that's what we need to get to. Equally important, it needs to get to the masses, right? Unless there's digital literacy and ability to use what these industries or GCCs are asking for, it'll be a small group, and that's not what we really want. It needs to go across the country. Third, and lots has been said about, is the trust. And trust goes larger than just the GCCs having trust in India. It's about trust in policies. It's about simplification. It's about no ambiguity in it. It's about delivering to what we commit in India. And that's what we, as the industry, as the government, the academia, need to come together to make it happen. Right? I think it's ours to lose if we don't pay attention to it. So I love this. I think we should build on this, maybe have regular harmonizations, more cohorts that need to be formed. As an industry, I can see on behalf of the industry, I can say that we are all committed to it. So let's make it happen. You guys can't see a stopwatch. I can see over there, so I'll hold it to that.
No,
Thank you,
you
Sibi.
have been very equitable. So 15 minutes was left and 10 now, and I'll leave it to Romal to see how much you want to leave it to Gunjan to have the last word. Gunjan, would you like to close or yeah, please go ahead.
All right. A very good afternoon to you all. My sincere thanks to CII leadership, Chandrajit, yourself, Marut, Sandeep. Truth be told, when I was called by CII that, hey, we are forming this task force and we would like you to chair it, I had a question or two in my mind, which is, here we go, one more task force. And here we go, one more session about bringing the GCCs together. But through the course of the discussions with the CII team, it became clear that the purpose that is being laid out is so much bolder, and the purpose that is being laid out has such a unifying need to be brought at a national level, because the imperative truly is at a national level. And through that, we brought together many industry stalwarts, many people from the government, including as you can see, many of the government representatives here. I will miss a few, so let me just still highlight from finance and corporate affairs, from commerce and industry, MITI, labor and employment, skill development and entrepreneurship, the state government officials, various government departments including revenue, economic affairs, telecommunications, the Central Board of Direct Taxes, International Financial Services Centers Authority, and all of it through my very dear co-chair Romal and the members of the task force that represent the industry. I do recognize that this industry is now coming close to 4 decades, and many of you who are seated in the audience would have contributed in your own roles and continue to contribute through your own enterprises towards the maturity of this industry. This is a statement from all of us. It's bold, it's ambitious, and it is the first time that we have tried to put together a framework that will define the National Global Capability Center policy. The statement is the following: we have an opportunity together to elevate and to contribute from this industry that can add gross value add of about $500 billion to India's economy, $500 billion to India's economy, and can employ 20 to 25 million people across the country, not just in Tier 1, but across Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities inclusively. All of this exists in the context of what is going on in the world. So we have put together a few slides that try to bring together what is going on in the world, the key drivers, the key vectors as we see it, and why this industry is giving us the opportunity at this time. Along with Romal, we'll also talk about what are the contours of the framework, what are the foundational pillars of the framework that bring it together. So here we go. I hope you can you can see from wherever you are. There are clearly drivers for trade rebalance. I won't go into that. That will equally lead to a range of supply chain realignments. You overlay that with geopolitics, and there is a tremendous amount of volatility, as we call it, that will lead to India's opportunity. 65% of the global growth between now and 2035 will come from emerging markets. And India, my dear friends, as many of our secretaries also mentioned, is a bright spot. We will be the fastest growing economy in the world of our shape and size, and will become a $10 trillion economy in the next decade. What's important to understand, because it was also mentioned by Mr. K.K. Singh here, that the technology is at the center of a lot of investments that are going around companies and sectors of all types. The collective spend is about $5 trillion, and it is growing at about low teens year over year on a CAGR basis. But it isn't just about AI, and it isn't just about technology in isolation. We have to look at all the vectors around emerging technologies that are moving, and it In there, Madam Vandana, that you were talking about the skill sets that are needed at scale, and Anuradha, you also talked about it. Goldman Sachs' research is projecting 10 to 15% of GDP to be added to the world over a 10-year period tied to AI. But it isn't, as I said, about AI. Look at cloud, over $2 trillion by 2030. Cybersecurity cannot be understated in what it will cost the states and the enterprises. Quantum computing, up to $2 trillion. Each one of these is massive. The intersectionality of it, and to allow it to be presented at scale, there is no other country than India that can provide the leverage, the skill, and the scale that the enterprises and the states around the world need. And in there, therefore, we continue to talk about our services economy. The services exports continue to be the bedrock of what is keeping a good cushion to our current account deficits, as Madam Anuradha, you would know it very well, including keeping our fiscal deficit under control, including keeping INR in good check against USD. This industry contributed about $390 billion and grew about 13.6% year over year. Ma'am Vandana, you talked about the participation of labor force. Here are the numbers. The labor force participation in the country is at 59.6%. The female labor force participation is at 42%. It has grown dramatically from what it was 23% in 2017-2018. Having said this, a significant portion of that growth actually has come from rural part of the country. There is much more that needs to happen in the urban part of the countries. There is much more that the GCCs have to do. And there is much more that the states and the governments in the states have to do to create an infrastructure and to create an environment where females can participate through the life cycle changes that they go through in supporting the families. India's favorable demographic dividend, you talked about it, Ma'am Vandana, but it's worth highlighting that India is the highest producer of women STEM graduates in the world. And the investments in AI infrastructure. Look, when we talk about AI in the world, we are talking a lot about the US and China. They are significantly ahead in terms of the AI infrastructure and the development of large language models and whatever comes along. I want to submit to you that India is the third most important pillar in that stool, in that table. There is no other country that will contribute as much in leveraging AI and in deploying AI at scale to the enterprises as India would. You talked about, Mr. Singh, about technology. Absolutely. The GCCs that are around engineering R&D have the highest contribution to India's exchequer. The per employee revenue that gets added and the scale is significantly higher than the traditional business process outsourcing roles. 17-fold is the number of patents that have increased in the last decade that we are seeing in India. And India will become the world's top-ranked country in scientific research output by 2030. The GCCs, which is the topic of this workshop, of this session. From the business culture capital of the world, #1 ranked preferred GCC location, to the extensions of global headquarters, to becoming the architects of future with the intersectionality of what I talked about and overlaid it with the domain expertise that we each have built across the different industries and sectors that we are participating in. And this brings me to the framework for the national GCC policy that I'll pass over to my colleague, Hon'ble. It is bold. As I said, it lays out the strategic priorities. We have defined the critical success factors that cut across talent, infrastructure, locations, and the IT and the startup ecosystem, and goes into what are the performance levers. Any framework like this without performance factors and without us being able to benchmark on a continuous basis and iterate it over will remain under-delivering
in the potential that we have to offer to the country. Romil?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Gunjan. And I know I'm before you and lunch, so I won't do too many of the good mornings and the good afternoons because I think it's important. But I'll straight dive into in terms of just the vision. I think very important. We're taking a really bold vision to move from 1,800 GCCs to 5,000 GCCs because we clearly believe two things that are happening. One is the world is changing in terms of not just even of the Fortune 2000, only 67% are not there in India. And second is we're seeing a mid-market change. So there's a lot of mid-market companies, $100 to $1 billion, also coming to India. So we clearly believe that is one potential. Second is from today's employment, that is direct, induced and indirect, 10 million, we think that can go up to 25 million. And a gross value added, anywhere between 470 to 600 billion is something that this will contribute. So it will go to 3% of India's GDP from the current 2%. And clearly, Gunjan spoke about some of it in terms of some of the key priority sectors moving from BFSI, consumer products, now to more, for example, in terms of aviation, defense, electronic design. And also, of course, in terms of the emerging areas, which is in terms of quantum and things like that. I'll just move into four key factors. I think we've spoken about talent, infrastructure, location, and IT and the ecosystem. But just what I thought would be very important is, one is, if you look at the success factors in terms of talent, 68% of the GCC hires are new generation roles. This is in product development, this is in cloud, and not necessarily traditional, just only finance and accounting or support areas. Second is, even now, only 43% of our industry the graduates are ready and not necessarily have. The most important thing is also senior leadership roles. This is going to move from 6,500 to 30,000 people. So we need to have a right pipeline as well. Couple of things in terms of infrastructure. Clearly, there's a digital first infrastructure that is doing, not just the physical, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Locational capability, I think the tier 2 cities offer quite a bit, but I think there needs to be infrastructure and other things that need to improve in the tier 2 cities. And of course, in the ecosystem, which is very important, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. But just few quick pointers. I think what we've said is that on the talent side, there needs to be a talent acceleration hub. So really, acceleration hubs that can bridge the gap between the universities and what are the requirements. So really doing that and using areas like AI, Gunjan spoke about AI, to actually help in the skilling and reskilling programs. Second is to have a national digital talent platform, which in some sense gives you like a skill passport, where your passport basically says everything, it has been verified, and it's easy to onboard people. The second bit, which we think is a very important one, is creation of digital economic zones. Now, these are not just economic zones of GCCs, but you should have GPU-based data centers located, you should have academia, you should have startups based there, and create an Uber kind of a situation where you can actually have co-located working spaces. So people don't need to invest in every infrastructure. There has to be plug and play. If tier 2 has to come up, you need to have plug and play where you immediately go and do things. The third bit is in terms of really the regulatory environment. I think there needs to be a national single level window clearance. For a GCC, if they have to take 15, 16 approvals, including, let's take pollution control, these are services. Can we ensure the Singapore model of where, for example, they take the clearance and maybe after 5-6 months they get an audit done, but not necessarily stop you. So I think that is one thing. I think CBDT, I think you clearly spoke about in terms of both in terms of the advanced pricing as well as safe harbor. I think that is very important as well. And finally, just what we believe is in terms of from an investment promotion, I think there should be a clear focus on whom to target, which is existing GCCs, as well as, for example, in terms of those who don't have GCCs. Second is traditional markets, but also newer markets. If you look at our Asia-Pacific market, it's only 7% of GCCs. And finally, I think there should be an investment facilitation with clearly a national GCC council, along with support cells, which is for investment promotion, which is for talent, and some of the other areas, regulatory reforms, and of course an advisory group. So I think if we can have a plug-and-play infrastructure with single window clearances, I think we would see a lot more focus. This, as I mentioned, this is going to be one of the biggest areas for India because many areas, we will take some time, but this is one area in terms of GCC and capability. I think we can be the world's, not just the back office, but we can be the world's front office. With that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Romal, for those last words. But I think between you and Gunjan, it has been a great capture of the feedback that we have received from the industry. Thanks for that leadership. And I would really like to thank our policymakers for giving such a great start to this. And I like to thank the secretaries, Secretary Labour, Secretary DEA, CBDT, and of course, Mighty. This was quite a heavy start. We have seen the glimpse of what we are trying to work with the industry, and we'd like to really put up to you that we are able to continue with this engagement and this two-way communication between our ministries and ourselves, of course, the state governments which are going to participate in the sessions to come. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw this particular opening session to close. We invite all of you for lunch, and we get back to this room quickly after that. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
CB, before we close, can I request you to kindly do the honors and give away a token of appreciation to our guests for this session, please? And may I now request all of you to please step forward for a photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch and reconvene here once again at 2 p.m. Look forward to seeing you again. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. a national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. a national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. a national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. a national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. a national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back post-lunch. May I request all those standing in the hall to please find a seat and settle down. We will be beginning with our next session. This session will explore the unique value proposition of Gift City IFSC for global capability centers, covering regulatory flexibility, talent ecosystem, infrastructure, and case studies of early movers. For this session, we have with us Mr. Sandeep Shah from Gift City, Dr. Hasmukh Adhya, Chairman Gift City, Ms. Mona Kandahar, Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat, Shri Praveen Trivedi, Executive Director, IFSC Authority, B.V. Ramna Kumar, Director, Technip Energies, Gaurav Hazra from Cognizant Asia Pacific, and Mr. Prateek Shah from ENY. We've been joined by our esteemed speakers. Once again, I'd like to request all those at the back of the hall to please settle down so that we can begin with this session. One of our speakers will join soon. In the meantime, let's begin with the session on time. And for that, I'd like to request Mr. Sandeep Shah, Head IFSC and Strategy Department, Gift City, to begin with giving his opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Lunch and the first session, always difficult. But I think we have esteemed speakers with us, and probably when we discuss in the first hub about technology, talent, and I think today we are going to, in next 60 minutes, discuss about Gujarat, GIFT, and GCC, the 3 Gs that we are going to cover in the next 60 minutes. But probably I think I would like to, at the outset, congratulate CII for organizing such a large gathering for the GCC. Till recently, I think GCC has been a topic where, the NASSCOM kind of body has been discussing and talking. But when CII has taken a kind of a front seat to now develop and promote GCC in the country, I feel probably it has actually got industry tag from the recognition perspective. And it was very much required, because when you speak to an employee of a pharma company, he will say that I am working in a pharma sector, or if you speak to a banker, he will say I'm working in a banking sector. But when you speak to a GCC employee, it was difficult for him to say that I'm working in GCC sector. But probably from today onwards, I feel that this will change now, and GCC will get a separate recognition that it has been looking for. What is important, I think in the morning we clearly heard the policy makers where how the GCC as a sector has grown in the country. Probably from 500 GCCs a decade back, we are talking of 1,800 GCCs, more than 2 million workforce employed in the sector. And over the lunch table, I think the larger discussion again was on the talent side. And that's where I think it's important that how industry, academia, and the government works together to ensure that the right kind of talent is developed for the sector here. Today, I think the session in the next 60 minutes, we have divided into 3 parts. Dr. Hasmukh Adia, Chairman, GIFT City, as well as Principal Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Gujarat. He'll give the vision of Gujarat as well as GIFT City in terms of how the entire landscape, specifically for the GCC, is coming up in the state. The second part of the session, where Ms. Mona Kandar, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, will cover about the dedicated incentive policy of GCC in the state of Gujarat. And then we have industry leaders, and probably all the industry leaders are actually present physically in GIFT City, and they've experienced how the ecosystem is coming up. And they will actually share their experience in terms of how the GCC as a sector is growing in GIFT City. And that's where we would like to kind of give you the broader perspective of how GIFT City, which is largely focused on financial services and technology, is now driving towards developing the GCC as one of the important segments in the city. I'm sure many of you are aware GIFT City is being developed as a greenfield smart city closer to the Ahmedabad, only 20 minutes drive from the airport, and city has come up very well. Probably Dr. Adia will discuss more in detail about how the city is shaping up. But look forward to the interesting conversation with the industry leaders here. Thank you very much, and I'll now invite Dr. Adia to give his address. Thank you.
My fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my apologies for starting the session a bit delayed. We were in a luncheon meeting with some of the senior industry leaders, and they were trying to make a lot of points about GCC and how the government and the policy makers can contribute in promotion of GCC. I also attended the first session today morning, and it comes out to me that there are a couple of issues surrounding GCC which India needs to solve if we have to become the real GCC capital of the world. In the morning, Ajay Vij mentioned about the issue of infrastructure. It's a very big constraint in big cities today. I understand that most of the people who set up their GCCs have preferred Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, and all the other big cities. And now they are trying to shift to the tier 2 cities for GCC. But we find that there are a lot of infrastructural constraints even in tier 2 cities now. And we need to solve them. Probably, I would suggest that we need to create separate new greenfield cities for accommodating high quality GCCs in India. And that should be a priority for all of us. But as you know, one such city has already been set up in India. It's a greenfield project called GIFT City, and all of you know about GIFT City. Unfortunately, what you don't know is the fact that GIFT City is not only meant for financial services sector. It is also meant to house and host global capability centers. The GCC has got 2 different zones. One is a IFSC zone, International Financial Services Center, in which you get all the tax benefits, and there is a single regulator which is giving you all the approvals and a lot of other benefits, GST, income tax benefit, etc. And there is another zone called domestic zone in GIFT City, in which also world-class infrastructure is being made available to companies to set up their offices. Now, there are many facts which you probably don't know about GIFT City. That's what I want to talk about today. The kind of benefits, I mean, you have a choice. If you have a GCC, you can set it up either in the IFSCA area, if you are giving all the services to global players, in which case you get the tax benefit also, GST benefit and income tax benefit. You get tax holiday of 10 out of 15 years in GIFT City. But also the entire ecosystem which is developed there. There are a lot of banks and fund managers, ship leasing company, aircraft leasing companies. Then there are 2 capital markets, 2 stock exchanges. There is a bullion exchange in GIFT City. And all these companies are doing a lot of business there. It is an ecosystem in which today about 1,000 companies are operating in GIFT City, which includes about 33 banks, 45 insurance entities, including 18 insurance companies. Then there are aircraft and ship leasing companies, quite a few of them. 33 of them are doing the leasing of aircraft in GIFT City. Then there are fintech companies and TechFin companies like Infosys, Wipro, Cognizant, etc. Fund management, it is attracting a lot of fund managers to come and locate in GIFT City. We have got about 229 funds, and the total fund raised as on today in GIFT City is $15 billion US. And the commitments are much more. The capital market also is doing an average turnover of US dollar 92 billion, the average turnover of both the exchanges, NSE and BSE exchange, which is in GIFT City. And then you have a bullion exchange, in which last year they traded almost 100 ton of gold in the exchange. Out of 800 ton of gold which is imported in India, 100 ton of gold came through bullion exchange of GIFT City. There are couple of foreign universities which have set up a campus in the GIFT City, which include Deakin University and Wollongong of Australia, Coventry and Queen's Belfast of UK. So this is also available there. We have too many buildings which are ready to be occupied, and there is no time taken in setting up GCCs there. All the commercial people who have invested in creating a building in the GIFT City, they are willing to offer their space to you. So it is a big place where you can think of investing. And the biggest thing, the biggest advantage of GIFT City, of course, is it's just 20 minutes away from airport. 18 kilometers, 20 minutes from airport, Ahmedabad airport. It is in between Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad. So it is a kind of a equidistance from Gandhinagar also. And there are very many good places to stay in the close vicinity of GIFT City where people can be accommodated. Unlike bigger cities where you have a problem of traffic, 2.5 hours of commuting and traffic congestion, a lot of other things, here is a concept of walk to work, easy to work, and it's really a good place to settle down also. So we would request all of you to think about it. The second thing which was mentioned in the morning was about the talent pool. There is probably a misimpression about the talent pool availability in Gujarat and in Ahmedabad or in Baroda. In fact, if you take all the professionals together, we have a good pool of 1 million professionals in Gujarat and more in the area of logistics, charter accountancy, finance. I mean, we may have probably largest number of charter accountants in the country, Gujarat. And also, because we have a huge base of manufacturing industry, as you know, 36% of manufacturing output is coming out of Gujarat. So we have a big base of pharma, textile, automobile, biotech, and a lot of other industries. Diamond industry, of course, is there. Now the manpower which is required for these industries is already available in Gujarat. And so the global companies which are in this sector, automobile, pharma, biotech or textile, etc., they could easily find manpower required for their GCCs, R&D or whatever they want to do in Gujarat. So that's a big advantage that Gujarat has. Being a manufacturing state, a major manufacturing state, we have the manpower availability, the talent availability, and that's why there is a balance of convenience in locating GCCs in GIFT City and in Gujarat. So this is all I wanted to say for the time being. My colleague, Mona Kandar, she is Principal Secretary, she will make a separate presentation on the incentive policy for GCC in Gujarat. So combined with the benefit of IFSCA in GIFT City and combined with the state government's incentive policy for GCC, I think GIFT City is a very good place to think about. Please, I would invite all of you to come and visit GIFT City and see what are the advantages. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Esteemed co-panelists and esteemed delegates, it's my privilege to be here and just taking from where Dr. Adia has handed over, I would like to focus more on the policy, but just before that, I would like to give a very short brief about what advantage or what opportunities Gujarat state offers. I would just like to mention before making the presentation that post-COVID-19, India has seen a major shift in its development strategy. Earlier it was mainly service-oriented development strategy, but post-COVID-19, it is both manufacturing or industry and service. Both are equally important. And it doesn't remain merely in the strategy, but to realize that strategy, Government of India has put in place a kind of policy framework, a very proactive and ambitious policy framework. And Government of Gujarat is equally committed to the vision of Government of India, and Government of Gujarat has also done its bit and put in a place equally proactive policy framework. And that provides a huge opportunity. So I would like to mention that very briefly, some of the important unique features is Gujarat, of course, one of the most urbanized state. It used to contribute about 6.5% to India's GDP, but now it is contributing 8.5%, and we aspire to contribute 10% to India's GDP by 2030. When it comes to manufacturing, it is manufacturing powerhouse of India, with contributing about 20%. It contributes about 1/3 of India's exports, handles about 40% of India's marine cargo. With this, I would also like to mention that it's very important that ease of doing business is implemented in Gujarat. And Niti Aayog has devised a number of indices, and Gujarat is doing very well so far as ease of doing business is concerned, which is a major concern of the industry. And speaker after speaker has been proposing for this, that ease of doing business is required. Gujarat is also doing very well when it comes to logistics index, when it comes to export preparedness index, and a number of other index. So I would also like to mention that the manufacturing clusters are spread all across Gujarat. It's not located at one place or another place, but right from Kutch till Valsad, it is all over Gujarat. So we have a brass cluster in Jamnagar, we have machine tools in Rajkot, we have ceramics in Morbi, we have natural man-made fiber both in Ahmedabad and Surat, chemicals, petrochemicals in Baroda and around. So it's all over Gujarat, and that offers tremendous opportunity. So far as power is concerned, Gujarat is a power surplus state, and also it is number one so far as renewable and green power is concerned. So industry also has a major concern that going forward they would like to, they will be required to abide by the green requirement or net zero requirement, and Gujarat is quite well prepared for the same. So far as human resources, which is again a major concern, especially for GCCs. So there also every year in Gujarat there are more than 100,000 professionals graduate, including STEM professionals. So far as financial sector professionals are concerned, in the form of chartered accountant, company secretary, cost accountants, Gujarat has one of the largest pool of these professionals, and so is when it comes to biotechnology or medical professionals, pharma related professionals. Here also Gujarat has one of the largest pool of professionals. The knowledge hubs also are all over Gujarat and not restricted to one or another region. It's a policy driven state. Government believes in policy so that there is a lot of certainty for the industry, and so far as my department is concerned, we have come out with IT-ITS policy, which also includes all the futuristic technologies and policies like that one for data center, research and development centers, and other important digital infrastructure, including cable landing station. There are other policies, one of course being Gujarat GCC policy, Gujarat biotechnology policy. Gujarat is the first state to come out with Gujarat semiconductor policy, electronics policy, electronics component policy, space tech policy, and besides my department, industry department, energy department, they have also come out with a number of policies. And to ensure that what we commit, we deliver, we have been very fortunate that our finance department has ensured that Gujarat also has a very, very healthy macroeconomic parameters. So far as fiscal deficit is concerned or debt to GSDP is concerned, Gujarat is one of the lowest and well below the norm set by RBI. Gift City already, sir has spoken about it, so I would not like to repeat, but the subset of GCC policy and that of the Gift City, the incentives offered by Gift City, they are, I think, a very, very unique combination, not only in India, but all over the world. There have been concerns about taxation. So all those concerns of the industry related to taxations, they all go when it comes to Gift City. It is the first attempt by Government of India to bring all the regulators under one umbrella. And that is again another concern of the industry, all those regulatory approvals and other things. So here, so far as financial sector is concerned, all the regulators have come under one umbrella, and there is absolutely no issue, and it is very, very seamless. So far as our policy implementation is concerned, that is also totally implemented on a digital platform. Other subsets are again Dholera Industrial Smart City, where semiconductor, which is coming up as a semiconductor city, and GIDC Sanand, which is coming up as a semiconductor and hand electronic hub. Now, very briefly, I'll mention about the existing GCC landscape, which came up, quite before the announcement of the policy. So far as tier 2 cities are concerned, Ahmedabad and Baroda are topping that list. Ahmedabad is on the top and Baroda is among top 3. The other two are Surat and Baroda. And as I mentioned, there is a marked difference between GCCs we have in tier 1 and GCCs we have here. In tier 1 cities, mostly these GCCs, they are providing services to multinationals which are headquartered elsewhere. However, here the multinationals have also the production unit. So the GCCs here, They are providing services which are customized to the needs of our country. While formulating a GCC policy, we have been very, very sensitive to the requirement of the industry and how GCCs are being grown or how the sector is coming up, how the ecosystem is coming up. It's sector agnostic, and we are seeing that there are mature GCCs as well as there are upcoming GCCs. There are GCCs who are focused on particular maybe design and R&D only, and there are GCCs which have a bouquet of services besides design and R&D. So our policy, we try to devise a holistic policy which will take care of all the requirements. So the objective is, of course, to set up Gujarat as a GCC hub. And we look at GCC policy also as a vehicle to ensure that our industries, all the economic units, including agriculture and animal husbandry, we have a very thriving dairy sector as well. They all move up to one level up to the technology ladder, and they all are supported very well by the startups, by the research and development unit, and they are very much focused on creating IPs and putting a lot of focus on R&D. So these are broadly the minimum achievement that we have in mind for our state. However, we aspire to have the GCC ecosystem comparable to Tier 1 cities. So the operative period of our policy is for 5 years. However, we have not restricted only to multinationals, but even Indian companies. So that is the reason why we have divided them into 2 categories. And for both the categories, we are offering incentives that are befitting their requirement. So actually it is CapEx and OpEx as well as several other benefits. However, for CapEx and OpEx, a lot of focus is on technology. So in CapEx and OpEx both, higher incentives have been provided for the technology part of it. So far as CapEx is concerned, the more focus is on hardware part. So far as OpEx is concerned, the more focus is on cloud bandwidth and internet bandwidth and facilities like that. There are employment related special incentives and Atmanirbhar Gujarat Rozgar Sahay related incentives where EPF contribution are reimbursed within our policy, and the initial hiring is also incentivized under the policy. Other very important incentive about which we all have been discussing right from the morning is the skilling of the local talent. Here, we give GCCs an opportunity that they may train the human resources as per their requirement. They can devise their courses with educational institutions, with the skilling institutions, and we will support them and incentivize for the same. Again, a quality certification again is very important, and GCCs who are working on devising new services, new products, we encourage them to, for the quality certification, also go for creation of IP and have a good pool of IP. And under Gujarat's ITS policies, if GCCs would like to nurture startups for resolving their problem statement, then we extend additional incentives to those GCCs who work either as incubators for this startup or accelerator or funding agencies for this startup. So these are all additional benefits. Again, there are also support for outreach and other engagement with the industry. The implementation has been made very, very simple, very easy. It's totally on digital platform. The applicant can see where their application, at what stage it is, and the disbursement of incentives, everything is through digital platform. So we would like to play a short video. Volume. Can we have the volume, please?
We did not just want to follow the conventional path of choosing another major tech hub. We wanted to be part of an emerging and unique ecosystem with a massive potential and create opportunities where they matter. Ahmedabad checked all the right boxes. Over the last few years, Ahmedabad has been quietly transforming into a major tech hub, beginning with fintech and more recently semiconductors. The fact that most semiconductor manufacturing investments are happening around Ahmedabad is a testament to its potential to become the Austin of India, a major semiconductor designed to manufacturing hub. We at Infineon are excited to be part of that journey. Over the last few decades, a significant percentage of tech talent from Gujarat and neighboring states, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, have moved to other cities in India or even abroad for better opportunities. But things are changing. COVID changed many perspectives, and with hybrid work becoming the norm, many professionals want to move closer to home, to be near family, have a better work-life balance, and still be part of cutting-edge innovation. We are seeing a real shift where highly skilled engineers who once left are now looking for opportunities to return. By setting up a center in Ahmedabad, Infineon is not just hiring local talent, we are creating a space where experienced professionals can bring back their expertise and help build something big right here. Apart from talent, Ahmedabad has what we need: a rapidly growing tech ecosystem, affordable living, excellent infrastructure, and strong government policy push, making Gujarat the center of India's semiconductor ambitions. So why Ahmedabad? Because it's not just an emerging tech hub, it's on track to become the Austin of India, and we are excited to build the future here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we heard of infra, we heard of incentives of government of Gujarat, and I think let's now speak to some of the industry leaders who have been part of the ecosystem for a long time. And let me start with Pratik, I think from EY. As a global consultancy firm, I'm sure you must be interacting with many GCCs in India and globally. And you have also experienced how the GIFT City ecosystem is coming up. Also, the CII policy document, which I think they revealed today, it also talks of two important things. One, the vision says that they want to have 5,000 GCCs by 2030. It's a big vision because today we are somewhere around 2,000 and we are talking of 5,000 as a number. And probably the 6 or 9 cities will not be able to cater to what we actually aim to kind of create. And that's where, how do you see that, the new cities like GIFT basically. And the second important aspect that CII mentioned is about creating digital economic zones, which is again very important, and probably the greenfield city which GIFT City has created, along with right kind of infrastructure and the other ecosystem. Maybe you may like to give your views in terms of the GCC landscapes, coming up in Gujarat and specifically from a GIFT City perspective.
Thank you, Sandeep Bhai. And ma'am, I think spectacular presentation. I think a lot of points that were covered in the CII vision document also covers, what GIFT is already doing. And in that sense, if you really take tier 2 city, GIFT City is a fantastic playbook to replicate in terms of what a tier 2 city should be offering. So, Sandeep Bhai, to answer your question more specifically, I think the reality is, and I think enough time has been spent in the morning, that the number of GCCs in India will multiply. I think that's a given, and it will double. I think it's also given that there are large choke points in the cities that are already there. So if you take the top 6 cities, there is a level of saturation, be it in terms of talent, infrastructure, cost of living, availability, and therefore the need for tier 2 cities to evolve. I think it was in today's Economic Times that tier 2 cities are really, there is a 51% growth in terms of how the talent is acquired in the tier 2 cities. And, be it Gujarat, be it other parts of India, there is a shift post the pandemic in terms of people wanting to be closer to their family and parents and stuff like that. So there is having had an ecosystem, the ability to move to a tier 2 city with a good ecosystem is here to stay. And maybe to just emphasize some of the things for the larger group of financial services and other GCC leaders, I think the reason why I think tier 2 and specifically within that GIFT is going to be a big propeller in the next few years. One is the whole policy and regulatory tailwinds. I mean, having government official, policymakers, industry on one plane and having this conversation is a big marked shift in terms of how important it is for GIFT and for generally for the whole GCC ecosystem to evolve. And the fact that you are all here is a testimony in terms of where the wind is going in that direction. Having a single regulator like IFC, having a single clearing zone where all your applications can be cleared, having a full focus around saying how can you help in terms of the capex cost, which can range from 50 to 200 crores, opex cost in the range of 15 to 20%. I think that is significant in terms of where the focus is in having GCCs based in GIFT. We did a broad math. We are looking a typical cost of running the GCC just because of these incentives could be giving you about 20% saving in terms of running the GCCs. Notwithstanding the cost of living, that is an added plus. Because if you look at all the incentives, subsidies, and benefits, including, some of the payments on supporting the employee provident fund and stuff like that, there is significant work that is being done. I would just add few more things. While we have spoken about in the other conversation and here around talent, I think we need to address talent and talent availability in two parts. Gujarat has it's in the top 10 state as far as employability is concerned. 52% of the talent in Gujarat is employable. What can we do to do more? And how can we raise that bar from 52% to 75%? And in my mind, while we can talk about having better investments in the education system and otherwise, it will be very important for senior leaders within the GCC world to be based out of GIFT, if you really want to build that culture. And for that, having those international schools, having that connectivity with the parents will be very important. Having that hospitals will be so important so that we can have the senior leaders based out of the Gujarat area, because that will drive a lot of bringing the talent. Once the leader comes, the talent will follow. And I think that will become a big sort of a lever. Again, a lot is spoken about the ecosystem, but just for folks' benefit, 70 plus fintechs and tech fins are in GIFT. 100 plus fund managers are in GIFT. So if you look at it, the front to back process and the knowledge of financial services reside significantly in GIFTs, and therefore there is that opportunity that one can leverage from beyond what is already spoken around talent and talent ecosystem. So if you take the regulatory tailwinds, if you take the whole talent ecosystem, and if you add to it the cost of running a GCC, I think these three are the holy trinity in my mind that will drive the growth in tier 2 city, and in that sense, GIFT is positioned perfectly in driving the next level of growth.
Thank you. I think you mentioned a very important point that front-end activities in the financial sector are also happening in the zone, and actually it creates a very integrated approach where front and back offices can actually be at the same place. Now coming to Pravinji, from the Unified Regulator IFSC Authority, I think one of the important points which were discussed in the morning about the single window clearance. And thanks to Government of India's initiative where unified regulator has been set up in the zone where all financial services activities are under the one roof. And to add to it, I think the regulator has also come up with dedicated policy. And that's where I think it would be very important for the audience if you can give kind of a brief highlight about the GIC policy that regulator has come up and the other activities which can actually support the entire GCC ecosystem in GIFT City.
Thank you, Sandeep, and good afternoon to all of you. And thank you, CII, also for inviting me. So I will, because a lot of things have been said, what was to be said about the GCC policies of the government of Gujarat and government of India's different states. I will confine myself, so because I am a regulator, so I will confine myself only to GIFT IFSC. So for those who don't know, GIFT City is a generic term. GIFT City has two parts. One is DTA, which is domestic tariff area, and another is IFSC, which is SEZ area. So IFSCA is the authority to regulate the financial services, financial products and financial institutions within the GIFT IFSC SEZ zone. So 4-in-1 regulator was established by this act, IFSCA. And Sandeep, not only the single window regulator, but regulator has also come out with the single window IT clearance application process also. So any application to be filed in IFSC can be filed by that single window system, and then it goes, even the SEZ applications have been captured. Because this is a SEZ, so you need a physical, you need a permission to be physically present there, as well as from a regulator, that is IFSCA, to do your financial activity. So that SEZ application, which was the domain of the Development Commissioner earlier, coming under the Ministry of Commerce, so government has acknowledged this, and now everything is being done by that single window. So this IFSCA started its journey from 1st October 2020, and as Sandeep said and Adya sir also said, 4-in-1 regulator. So all these financial activities which may happen, which need to be regulated, and which are regulated in India by 4 different sector regulators. So IFSCA is exercising the powers of RBI, SEBI, IRDAI, and PFRDA. And very interesting provision has been made. 2 interesting provisions have been made in IFSCA Act. One is that while defining what is financial service, because the idea and objective was to regulate the financial services, financial products, and financial institutions. So what is financial services? So it has been defined very elaborately and given some instances 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and then 12 subsection says any other activity which aids and assists the above 1 to 11 activities. So taking benefit of that provision, IFSCA, and then next provision also says any other activity which the government may notify as a financial service. So when IFSCA started in October 2020, the first thing which government has notified is 2 things, both together. One is aircraft leasing to be a financial services, as well as GIC, Global In-House Center. Because GCC is a very common word and it was not very well regulated at that point of time, and nobody was clear, because this GIC was conceptualized by IFSCA and Government of India, defining it as a financial service, and then the idea is that GIC entity will be regulating its own, will be helping its own group entities. So all in the financial group, you can help them on BFSI activities. So this is, so first beneficiary of that was Bank of America. They immediately opened their office, and as of now, they are employing around 2,500 people, and they are working there. Other people are also on the line. I think on dais also some people are there who are considering, are actively considering. So so why I raised this issue of financial services, because the one provision says that any other activities which aids and assists 1 to 11. So under that, IFSCA came out with the framework for ancillary services. So anything which is aiding and assisting these entities, these activities, were also allowed under the framework. So lawyers, auditors, and anybody, this fund management activity indirectly who are helping the fund manager. So they came under that. Similarly, TechFin, any technology, because being a financial sector regulator, finance has to be there somewhere. Some of the activity has to be covered under the financial activity. So TechFin is the technology which aiding and assisting the financial activity. So that circular came out. Now we have recently, and I would encourage all of you, I think this week only we are notifying new regulation that is called IFSCA, TechFin and Ancillary Services Regulations. So that gives you, so GCC is a big set, and this regulation which is coming in next 2-3 days, it is getting notified. It is under print. I have just been informed that it is under print, so it will be notified in a day or two. So this will be covering and giving the people a opportunity to take the registration for IFSCA, and for that BFSI portion, they can serve any third party also, except India, because we don't want any business, any competition with India, because once you are established in IFSCA, given registration by IFSCA, you get a lot of tax benefit, other incentives also. So the idea is to bring back what is going out. What are the financial services Indians are going out, those should be brought back to India and to IFSC, and otherwise create the atmosphere and ecosystem by which the outside entities also get encouraged to come through IFSC to India, so that this GIFT IFSC becomes the gateway of financial services. So this is, and under that, there is also a provision under the section 31 of IFSCA Act, which says the government of India can disapply or apply with modification any of the provisions of any act. So we have tried from day one to be very promoting ease of doing business while maintaining the minimum regulatory requirement and checks and balances. So as of now, IFSCA has come out with more than 35 regulations. When we started our journey in October, there were 129 entities. Now we have crossed 850. So I hope that this new regulation which is coming will be a game changer for very specific area of BFSI. So those people who are interested in, are considering opening up GIC, GCC, etc., I would encourage them to go through these regulations also. And one more thing, that IFSCA being a newest regulator, we are very open to all the suggestions. So you are all welcome, and we will take. I have taken note since morning what we should do, what way we should make our policies. So we are very open to that, and along with the government support, we are ready to take further measures also and change our existing regulations also. Thank you.
Thank you, Pravinji. I think it's very important for the financial services GCC, because many a times when you work from the country outside your home country, the regulator is always concerned whether the activities are happening as per the defined norms. And when financial sector regulator is regulating you, I think it gives a lot of comfort to the foreign regulator as well, where for operating your GCC or GIC in a country. Now, coming to Gaurav, I think Cognizant, everybody is aware about the name, and they've recently set up their TechFin operations in GIFT City, and the framework which Pravinji just mentioned, they were amongst the first one to kind of obtain the license and started operating. And Gaurav, we have seen that GCCs work very closely with technology companies, and we also realized when we started interacting with companies like yours that it's basically, they work very closely. Many a times they start working with you first, and then maybe they kind of build, operate in transfer model, they start their own GIC. So one, how Cognizant is looking at kind of expanding their presence specifically from a zone where you have just started and started catering to the global financial services clients, and maybe you can also share your experience about setting up in GIFT.
So Sandeep is asking all the leading questions. So anyway, I think one of the biggest attraction as we evaluated GIFT City and we went into this whole partnership was the ability to bring the state, the federal, as well as all of the regulation under one window. I think that puts industry at ease and helps us focus on the outcome that we want to achieve in the shortest possible time. Of course, incentive does play a big role, but decisions are never led by incentives. They're actually led by ease of doing business, led by ecosystem, and supported by incentive. That's how we would evaluate any new location. And I think in this case, we looked at TechFin as an offering, not just our own outsourcing business, but also potentially bringing GCCs in a BOT model so that our customers can then use this ecosystem to be on their own, say after 3 to 5 years. And I see a lot of GCC leaders in the room, and I think this model of having a unified ecosystem for end-use GIC gives us the runway to be a service provider, incubate, mitigate the risk, right to market, time to market, and then our clients become an independent GIC or a GCC within the ecosystem. And I think the broadening of the pyramid that Praveen just mentioned is extremely helpful because it sort of helps to scale the set of services, the pyramid, all of that, which is really useful because if we narrow down the service offerings, Sandeep and Praveen, I think there is a chance that it will be a longer scaling period. But if we need to really scale, the broadening of the pyramid is helping us a lot. So I think that's where we are seeing we are now starting with about 2,000 odd people in GIFT City. But I think the anchoring of a thematic nodal center will surely help us scale. That's how I'll put it, Sandeep.
No, thank you. And in the address of Adhya sir, he rightly mentioned that GIFT is, while largely known for financial services, but there is also a zone where even a non-financial technology giants are also setting up, and Technip is one of the examples, which is engineering and technology powerhouse focusing on energy transition. Probably the engineering graduate, when he passes out, he's expected to join the GCC as an industry, which requires a domain expertise as well. And being a energy focused institution, how do you see that the talent that you need basically for your operations would be available? And are there any initiatives that Technip is looking to kind of develop specialized talent for your operations? And maybe a bit about your setup in GIFT City would also be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, Sandeep. Good afternoon, everyone. So I work with Technip Energies. We are a technology company with EPC capabilities, engineering, procurement, and construction capabilities for the energy transition. We are more than 50 years into India. We are working from 3 metros, 5,000 employees, Chennai, Mumbai, and Delhi. And the reason why we wanted to establish operations in Gujarat is, like Madam Principal Secretary has mentioned, we saw a big clientele for chemical, petrochemical, pharma sectors for us to work as EPC contractors in this field. And we engaged with a consultant, and again, as pointed out, Ahmedabad stood on top. And when we came into Ahmedabad, were looking for facilities, GIFT City was our first choice. And our plans were to scale up to about 400 engineers by the end of this year, and then ramp up to 700 by next year. And I'm glad to inform you that we are already 350 plus at our FinTech Tower office in GIFT City. In fact, the gentleman from Infineon who gave a presentation, we are the same tenants in the tower, FinTech Tower. And we are pleasantly surprised by the kind of response, both for experienced engineers and also from freshers, that we are able to onboard quite quickly. In the last 3 or 4 months, we have increased our headcount to 400. And another pleasant factor is that the attrition rate when compared to other metros is minimal. That's working to our advantage because it helps us to reduce retraining and focus on the project execution. And the last point I would like to mention is that when we wanted to hire additional space within the GIFT City, we had excellent support. In fact, the moment GIFT City came to know that we are looking for additional space, they engaged with us, and in no time we are able to sign a lease agreement for additional space to increase our headcount by another 300.
No, thank you very much. I think we are almost closer to the session basically, but thank you everyone for your address. And probably I think seeing is believing. So we would like to invite all of you either individually or as a group whenever you want to come and visit. We'll be happy to host you at GIFT City. There are many such initiatives that we have been taking, not only from infrastructure and the regulatory side, but also from a talent development. We have also established International FinTech Institute and the Innovation Hub jointly with Asian Development Bank. An idea is to make it like a finishing school so that the right kind of talent is available on a continuous basis to meet the requirements. So thank you very much once again, and look forward to interacting during the day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shah. May I request you to kindly give away a token of appreciation to all our speakers. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for this session, please? I know it's post-lunch, but even so. We now move on to our next session, opportunities for GCCs in Tier 2 cities. And we'll start with the session as soon as we've turned the table around, which will take us precisely 3 minutes. Request you all to remain seated, please. ठीक है. We are now ready to begin with this session. And for this, I'd like to invite on stage all our esteemed speakers for this session. Thiru V. Arun Roy from the Government of Tamil Nadu, Shri Dipendra Singh Kushwaha, Government of Maharashtra, Ms. Mona Kandahar, Government of Gujarat, Rahul Sharnappa Sankanur, Government of Karnataka, Shri Shashank Chaudhary, Invest UP, and Mr. Anshuman Magazine, Ramesha Narahari, Nancy Bhatt, Amit Talwar, Santosh Rao, and the moderator Rohan Lobo from Deloitte. I'm sorry, there were so many names, I had to just rush through it, yes. Can we have all the names I called out, please, on stage so we can start with the session? Good. Nice to see you. We now begin this session. I'd like to start by inviting Shri Thiru V. Arun Roy, Secretary to Government Industries, Investment, Promotion and Commerce Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, to please come and give the special address. After that, request Rohan Lobo to take over and take the session forward. Over to you, sir.
My esteemed co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. The development of GCCs has been indeed one of the great stories of our economic transition in the last 10 years. And many state governments today have recognized that developing the GCC sector is an essential part of their economic development strategy, particularly in transforming in their vision to transform into a knowledge economy and in reaping the demographic dividend each state's demographics offers. I represent the government of Tamil Nadu. And for me, it's particularly heartening to see that the focus is now shifting to development of GCCs in Tier 2 cities as well. Because this has been one of the focus areas of the government of Tamil Nadu for quite a few years now. Tamil Nadu has can claim some success in this aspect. Some of our cities have already emerged as GCC hubs. For example, Coimbatore is now nationally recognized as an emerging GCC hub. But not just Coimbatore, there are smaller cities. We are having GCC investments in smaller cities like Trichy, Madurai, Salem, and even Vellore. And I'm very confident that concerted action and cooperation between the state and the industry can lead to more GCC investments in many of our Tier 2 cities. And what we need to do, I will just list out a few steps. First of if the states can offer what the GCCs need, then the progress would be phenomenal. And for that, the following needs to be done. One, we should support GCCs or the new investors in providing talent, which is the most important thing a GCC needs. Now for GCCs, talent development is not something we can do overnight. It's a medium-term venture. But even recognizing that limitation, a lot can be done. For example, states can maintain a skill registry. In Tamil Nadu, we maintain a skill registry. So any GCC investor who comes and asks us, I need 100 engineers trained in data analysis, we will be immediately able to provide that. Secondly, office space, a major constraint, particularly in tier 2 cities. Both the state governments have to invest on its own as well as enable private sector investment in creation of office space. Very rarely a GCC buys land and invest in creating office space. It's all mostly rental. So the private sector, the existing real estate industry needs to be facilitated. The state also needs to invest. In Tamil Nadu, we have a policy of creating grade A office space in smaller towns, what we call as a mini tidal park scheme. In 14 towns in the state, we are investing and creating small IT park kind of buildings, which are actually plug and play facilities for GCCs to move in. Third is social infrastructure. Every GCC will have a few senior managers who have worked in major metro cities or worked abroad and has come back to take over the facility. So it's extremely important that schools with international syllabus, world-class health facilities are made available. Even for the mid-tier staff, good schools and medical facilities are absolutely essential. Fourth is travel infrastructure. Again, even if it is located in a tier 2 facility, very often senior management from abroad and other cities would visit the facility. So it's extremely important that the travel, particularly the air travel infrastructure, is developed. I think today all major progressive states are investing in airports, either on their own or in cooperation with the Government of India. And that, I think, is a step in the right direction. Finally is incentives. Every state already Principal Secretary from Gujarat has explained the GCC policy of Gujarat, but many progressive states today have its own GCC policies. For example, in Tamil Nadu, we have 2 policies relevant to GCCs. In the first, it's a payroll-based facility. That is, if you install a GCC anywhere in Tamil Nadu, on your entire payroll cost for high-paying jobs, 30% of your payroll is reimbursed in the first year, 20% in the second year, and 10% in the third year. There is also a R&D policy, this is specifically for GCCs focused on R&D. 25% of the capital cost is reimbursed, subject to a maximum of 25 crore. And here capital cost would involve intellectual property cost, various research costs, which typically may not count as capital cost for the purposes of your accounting. Also, our cities, tier 2 cities, need to be branded well. Many of our investment promotion agencies in many states still focus on manufacturing, and even if GCs are promoted, only the metro city is concentrated. That transformation needs to happen, and which is also happening today. Many of the states are branding their tier 2 cities and trying to promote these cities as active GCC destination. So I'm very confident that both the government side and the industry side, if it works together, we can promote many Indian cities as good tier 2 destinations for GCC investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Arun Roy. Namaskar, good afternoon. Distinguished secretaries, members of the GCC community, members of the ecosystem, and fellow delegates, thank you very much for coming over to this very, very important matter for our country, so to say. And it's a privilege to guide this conversation around tier 2 cities. And it's a special thing, tier 2 cities, because I was born in a tier 2 city, Hyderabad. It's now a tier 1 city. I did my schooling, I did my education, I did my work, all in a tier 2 city, and that's Bangalore, which is now a tier 1 city. So the question is, what's the next frontier when it comes to the next story of GCCs, and which is that next city that is going to become a tier 1 city. And it's not necessary that it has to be sequential. It's not necessary that the tier 4 has to become a 3 and it has to become a 2 and it has to become a 1. But which is that particular city? And today we have more than 200 companies who have centers somewhere in a tier 2 city, right? So Coimbatore, Indore, Jaipur, Mangalore, Mysore, Noida, these are cities where global corporations have decided to set up a center, which means it's a testament to some amount of talent that is already available, some amount of infrastructure that's already available, and some amount of ecosystem that's already available. But, today we also heard in the morning that the aspiration is to have, say, 5,000 companies 5 years from now that have GCCs somewhere in India. So 5 years from now, I think we should be talking about 10,000 probably in the next 5 years. But 5,000 is the aspiration in the next 5 years. We're talking about an employment, direct employment, which is, say, 4.5 to 5 million, which is direct. Indirect, which is in the ecosystem of another couple of million. And then the induced employment, the employment of hospital workers and people in the recreation industry and all of that, to take the total amount of employment to about 25 million. And there is no tier 1 city that exists today that can handle that workload. So some cities, either satellite towns to the main cities or tier 2 cities, 3, 4, 5 cities, will have to pick up the mantle. So it's not a question of if, but it's a question of when and how fast. And when I look back, growing up in Bangalore or in Hyderabad, what were the essential ingredients, right? So we had a situation in Bangalore which had a lot of public sector undertakings. You had HAL, NAL, BEML, BAL, BHEL, all of these were public sector undertakings in the electronics, electrical, mechanical space. And then you had these DRDO labs, gas turbine research, electronics and radar development establishment, aeronautical development establishment, DPEL, defense, AI, about 25 years back, DRDO computer center, say about 35, 40 years back. These were centers that attracted a certain community of people who were working there, who laid a demand on employment, who laid a demand on their children to go to school, to primary school, high school, the education institutions, and automatically there was an uplift in terms of the required talent. And then combined with the vision and central and state governments working together, we had a situation where STPI came in, SEZs came in, and the infrastructure got created. At the right time, an airport got created. So it is not a bandage approach that was done. It was a bit organic. There were a bit of startups that got established. Startups today are called, the likes of which are Infosys and Wipro. But these were the startups in the 80s that attracted this kind of talent from these public sector undertakings into these organizations, and then it uplifted. And that's how a tier 2 city became a tier 1 city, through the collective action of and the confluence of multiple factors that came together. So this panel today, we are exploring 3 practical themes. One is how can central government and state government come together? How can various ministries come together? Because it is in the intersection of these ministries and agencies where value will get unlocked. So how can central state governments and institutions collaborate? What are the perspectives from the industry participants, that is the GCC leaders in terms of drivers for growth? And then how does the ecosystem come into play, especially from the IT ecosystem? So I invite our distinguished speakers to definitely share their initiatives, be candid with their challenges, be candid with what actionable insights they carry, and what actionable insights are ideas for people in decision-making bodies to kind of execute on. So maybe I'll start with Shankarappa. Maybe from your side, from the Karnataka side, if you could kind of share your perspectives. I don't know, Rahul probably. I think there's nobody from there, but maybe Muna, maybe from Gujarat, maybe you can share your perspectives, and then we'll take it forward.
So thank you. I'll try to avoid what I have already presented. But we have been talking to the existing GCCs, the GCCs in other cities. So for Tier 2, Ahmedabad is considered to be a Tier 2 city. And Ahmedabad is actually leading in number of GCCs among Tier 2 cities. Baroda is among top 3, and upcoming are Surat and Rajkot. So, I mean, we were trying to understand that what GCCs or what the companies are looking for when they are, surveying the cities or setting up GCCs. Like livability of the city is definitely one important factor. And the cities of Gujarat, they are really doing well in this kind of ranking. All the 4 or 5 leading cities, they are among the top 10 cities which are very high on livability. Then they also consider cost of living. Also important thing is the ecosystem. The ecosystem also includes talent. So talent, we were not very sure what kind of talent they are looking for. So we checked with our anchor investors that what kind of gap they find in talent, or what kind of talent they are looking for. And we were like surprised to get the response, and they said we are happy with the talent that is locally available. And they mentioned that initially what they had thought that they might have to take the talent outside of country and train them there and bring them, or for some time they will have to bring some talent from outside and train the local recruit or recruits from around. But they were, they didn't have to do, or they had to do much less than what they had thought. And the local talents and talent around were able to pick up very soon, very fast. So that is, I think, heartening for all of us. And I'm sure that must be the scenario in some of the other Tier 2 cities as well. What we heard from them is that the students, they themselves are so very mindful that what is coming up, they survey and scan what kind of opportunities are coming up, and accordingly they have started gaining the skills. So that must be this kind of upgradation of talent must be taking place in select institutions, but I think we need to support if we want to expedite this process and roll out this kind of GCC development faster. Then probably we need to encourage other institutions as well and inform them what kind of development is likely to take place in coming 5 years, or at least next 1 to 3 years. So that will give a very important clue to the institutions, to the students, and they will decide their choices accordingly. So I think that is very, very helpful. And most of these GCCs, they go for campus recruitment. At a kind of middle level or a little lower level, and they get their senior people from generally from outside. So when they want their senior executives to come, then they want that kind of easier living conditions, or they want to settle down very quickly. So actually I remember when I was in Japan, I was there working as a Minister Economic and Commerce at Embassy of India, Tokyo. So they had come out with a policy. They wanted to set up 4 international financial service center, and they had given special dispensation to those who come from outside, and they have given facilities to them for schooling, for household help, things like that. So I think this kind of help also will do a great help, so that the senior executives can come from outside and settle here. We want more and more GCCs who are already there to expand them, and those who are not there to settle down. So some middle level and higher level executives have to be there so that there is a faster expansion. And for that purpose, I think this kind of facilitation will go a long way. Another important thing is, general facilitation like transportation. So we were given the feedback that they are very happy with the kind of transportation facility in the cities available. So there we travel 1 kilometer per minute. So they find it very encouraging. Now it is also very safe for women. A young woman can walk alone in the midnight without any fear. So that kind of law and order situation, it helps. So other recreational facilities, like, because these are youngsters or middle-aged people who are working in GCCs. So recreational facilities, good sports facilities, all these things also help, in addition to the development opportunities and other opportunities they are coming up. So I think this is what they are looking for.
A number of points, ma'am. So I think if I were to summarize, you said talent is extremely crucial, but we have to work together so that you're able to gaze into the future in terms of what skills are required and then bring them back in terms of the educational establishments. But I also thought another point you brought was in terms of engaging a bit more with the embassies and in feeding them with the potential of GCCs over here. And then the third point also was that livability becomes a very crucial factor. Having safety and infrastructure for livability becomes an important factor. But if I were to move to Dipendra Singh ji, I think from Maharashtra's perspective, traditionally it's been a manufacturing and a trading hotspot. And now you have global financial organizations considering Nasik, for example, as a center. So would you please give your perspective in terms of what initiatives could be done both at the center and the state level, and what are the challenges you are trying to address?
Yeah, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to represent here the story of Maharashtra and the kind of ecosystem presence in Maharashtra. So I had few sessions, I had few speakers, and then I realized that there is a lot to learn from the GCC perspective. As a policy maker, it is our responsibility to get the right kind of feedback and to create an ecosystem, to respond with the policy initiative, to respond with the ease of doing business initiative. So this is what we are carrying from here. But from your perspective and from the GCC perspective, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, let me tell you there are 3-4 important factors which plays a very crucial role in GCC. Most of you are aware, but as a policy maker, we do take note of this, and we always try to make a policy or take a decision based on those factors. First is infra, second is ease of doing business, third skilled workforce, and fourth is the balance between affordability and the quality of life in particular city. So if you go into Bombay, Pune, the affordability is an issue. If you go to the other towns, the city quality of life which is expected by especially GCC members and their employees and their staff is a challenge. But in Maharashtra, there are cities like Nashik, as mentioned, it is almost as beautiful as Pune. It is having best infrastructure in the, one of the best infrastructure in the state. Why? Because because of the Kumbh Mela. So it gets a 20 years additional infrastructure because of Kumbh Mela, and that helps the city to grow faster than any other city. And second is the Nagpur, again the city situated in the center of the country and well connected with all parts of the country and having a very great leadership. They are developing the metro and everything, every institute, every infrastructure, they are working continuously. So infrastructure point of view, Nagpur, Nashik and Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, these are three cities are getting very good infrastructure, very good city life, very good connectivity, and this places them in a center of attraction from the GCC point of view. Other than this, we were discussing, we continue to discuss what is the requirement of GCC players, especially in Maharashtra, how we can help them set up their GCC in Maharashtra, and that comes to talent pool. So getting the talent, right kind of talent pool in the cities like Nashik, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Nashik, or Nagpur, or similar cities like Kolhapur and maybe Sholapur or Amravati. These are places where these tier 2 or tier 3 cities where the GCC can come. So Maharashtra is having a very, very strong network of colleges, especially the engineering, MBA, engineering and science colleges, where the talent pool is coming out of these colleges every year. But as discussed in the previous session, the kind of changes happening in this whole ecosystem where every course is getting obsolete within a period of 3 to 5 years. So we need to develop these courses as per the demand of industry, where the strong connect between the government, academia and industry is required. So we are trying to create that bridge between the government, industry and academia, which will help us to provide right kind of talent pool for this GCC. Rest government is, every government and every state is making their GCC policy or any other policy to support and attract more investment. We are also doing that. But in our policy or in our initiative, we are working on two more fronts. One is the women employment and women empowerment, and second is the sustainability and green initiatives. So these are certain initiatives taken by the state government of Maharashtra to support GCC in tier 2 cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipendraji. Shashank, if I'm a GCC, if I'm a company in the US or anywhere in the world planning to set up a center, why should I set it up in Noida or Lucknow or anyone in UP?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to represent the case of Uttar Pradesh. As the topic of this session, the GCC's development in tier 2 cities, Uttar Pradesh offers the maximum number of tier 2 cities as compared to any other states. As of now, as we are sitting in Delhi, most of the NCR region, including Noida and Greater Noida, and also the upcoming city of Ida, where the upcoming Asia's biggest airport, Jewar Airport, is coming. This year only, we have immense opportunities for GCCs. In fact, UP ranks 6th in software exports nationally, and also we are hosting companies like Microsoft, Adobe, HCL, TCS, Infosys and Wipro. And also the state is currently with the GDP of $350 billion under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister. We are aiming to increase it to $1 trillion economy by 2027. And also, if I talk about the talent pool, as it is a very important criteria for setting up a GCC, we have institutions like IIT Kanpur, IIM Lucknow, MNIT Allahabad, IIT Varanasi. So these are some institutions which are ranked among the topmost institutions in the world over. As I talk about the infrastructure, I have already discussed about the airport connectivity. Also, the state is continuously increasing the number of airports in Lucknow, Jewar, Ayodhya, Varanasi, and so on. We also have the maximum number of state expressways for a better connectivity in a large states like Uttar Pradesh. And also, as in the last decade, the soft infrastructure in terms of law and order, in terms of ease of doing business has also improved. We are developing our single window system we already have, but we are bringing a new version of it in next few months, which will be called Nivesh Mitra 3.0, which will be a single window system, single point of contact for industries for setting up any new business in the state. And if I talk about the policy framework, we have just launched our GCC policy last year, in the last few months of last year, which has even, maximum of 50% land subsidy for the players who are going to set up GCC in the state. Also, there are capital subsidies, OPEX subsidies, stamp duty exemption, and so on. So these are some of the enabling factors that Uttar Pradesh is offering for GCC players to set up in Uttar Pradesh. We just had a GCC conclave last month in Lucknow, and we are planning to host a GCC conclave in Noida, Hyderabad and Bangalore separately to attract investors and to engage with the investors to set up their GCCs in Uttar Pradesh. Especially we have large amount of commercial spaces and land in near the NCR region, especially in Noida area and Greater Noida area. Also, the state's skill development mission, it is in align with the national skill development mission, and we are right now engaging with the academia, industries, and the government is coming together to have a organic and updated curriculum for the institutions to match out with the demand of the industries. And the government, I think, as someone in the last session rightly said, the investor do not come to a state according to the numbers or according to the subsidies or incentives mentioned in the policy. They are attracted to a state by the intent of the state. And our Honorable Chief Minister and the government is very much interested and very much serious about attracting investment in the state, especially the GCCs, because these are some strategic investments for the state, and it will create an ecosystem for the entire state and development of the state. So as you have given me the opportunity, I would like to use this opportunity to call upon the investors who are present in this meeting to engage with the state, and my team is also there. We will be very much happy to engage with you and also explain in detail the incentives that the state is ready to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we heard, three different states talk about, the political will, the bureaucratic will, the policies. So maybe I'll hand over now to perhaps Anshuman. Anshuman, if a GCC wants to set up a center, they come to you from a real estate standpoint, and you've got a line of view across different regions, the MENA region, the Southeast Asia region, and India. So what do you see lacking? And what do you see GCCs talking to you about in terms of setting up centers, and what policy interventions do you want to see out there from either the states or the centers that will make your customers consider very viably a center, say, in Lucknow or in Nasik or in Coimbatore or any other similar location?
Great. Thanks and good afternoon. This is a huge topic, but I think our panel is even larger than that. So I'll try to be as brief, and hopefully, pardon me if I repeat something which you already heard earlier in the day, but I would like to quickly start with some stats which you may and a lot of these are indicative numbers to show how important GCC is, and some of them you would have already heard earlier in the day. So India, 55% of all global GCCs are in India. So more than half of GCCs in the globe are in India. And of course, talent, everybody talked about. Interestingly, 28% of the global STEM talent is in India. And I'm just going to take a few. There's a lot of stats. We in India, I believe, have approximately 35,000 technology firms, which is one of the highest in the world. And interestingly, I didn't realize that artificial intelligence, which is talked about a lot, India ranks #1 globally in AI skill penetration, including among women. I think that women part is extremely important. And this is according to Stanford AI Index 24. I didn't realize, we always talk about AI, but India has become #1 hub. And just looking at the number of GCCs, in the 19s and early 2000s, India had 700 GCCs, employing 400,000 people and 1,000 units, because some of them have more. By 2015, they went up to 1,000 GCCs, employing 745,000 people. And by last year, India has 1,700 GCCs, and in total units is almost 3,000 now, employing 1.9 million people. And by next 5 years, this GCC is expected to be 105 billion, must be even a larger number industry, but expected to have 2,400 GCCs, which means that we are going to add 600-700 new GCCs in next 5 years, which is staggering, employing almost 3 million people. And what is also interesting is that 23% of the Forbes 2000 have a GCC footprint in India. And just very quickly, the industries everybody is talking about, but the largest of GCCs, 18% is banking and financial services, 12% interestingly is manufacturing, healthcare and life sciences, 11%, even automobile engineering, and the many others which are there. So, this is truly a needle mover for India. If I coming to your question on tier 2 cities, the fact is that tier 2 cities are still only 7% of the total GCC share in India. However, this is expected to double in next few years' time. So there will be rapid growth from a low base in tier 2 cities. 40% of office space take up in the first half of 2025 has been by GCCs. 40%, which is a massive number, which equates to 15 million square feet of space. However, the main cities still continue to be Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Hyderabad. Bangalore being the leader with 27% share of the GCC market, Hyderabad being 15%. But from the tier 2 cities, the ones which are active right now are Ahmedabad, Coimbatore, Chandigarh, Vadodara, Indore, Jaipur, Trivandrum, Kolkata, Lucknow and Nagpur. This is where the maximum activity is. Of course, Ahmedabad, Coimbatore, Trivandrum and Kolkata lead in this, and hopefully that covers most of the people, the government representatives from the states they are in. And hopefully there'll be more cities coming in tier 2, but I feel that for next few years, these will be the tier 2 cities which will be the most active, because there's still growth opportunity there. And emerging sectors, of course, are semiconductors, aerospace, automobiles, life sciences. And a lot of the GCCs, as you know, do complex functions like R&D, risk, compliance, analytic skills. And what has moved, of course, coming back to tier 2 cities, and I'll try to be again brief, is of course what we know, but we don't realize that domestic airlines and the airports which have come up, the connectivity has made a big difference, be it airlines, be it trains. Vande Bharat connectivity is to mostly wherever the 96% of GCCs in tier 2 cities are where Vande Bharat goes, or Rajdhani or Shatabdi goes, besides the airports. Of course, national highway has made a difference. Metro networks, as you know, in tier 2 cities now, a lot of them are coming with a metro. That makes even it more attractive because mobility. And you mentioned Hyderabad. Now, if you look at the educational hubs, Hyderabad in particular, which really you were talking about, you don't have to grow sequentially. Hyderabad is really being, left behind many cities all of a sudden. I think one of the reasons, of course, was that there are colleges, and same thing with Pune. There, when we also go hire people, a lot of those students there, they graduate and then they get a job in the city itself. So a lot of the GCCs and others, especially I would say Hyderabad and Pune, get talent because of all those colleges and universities, which largely students are from other states and cities, right? And I think, and that's how the other cities will grow. And of course, tier 2 cities have the benefit of a cheaper real estate, but the key is, which, it could be, the real estate cost could be 30 to 60% less. But the key, of course, is talent, which could be anywhere from 20 to 30% cheaper than in tier 1 cities. And of course, the benefits of lower attrition, in these cities, and overall cost of being in these cities. Just to close, I would say what is, GCCs are going to grow, but what we really urgently need to do is focus on talent, which everybody has talked about. And talent is not only getting degrees. One of the challenges we face when we are employing people, you could be a computer engineer, you could be PhD or whatever. The communication skills, the employability skills, that's going to make the big difference, because one of my concern is that in the past you could get away, for example, from having some of those skills like communication, because you're a coder, you're sitting doing coding, you don't need to talk to anybody. AI is going to take a lot of those jobs, and you have to upskill. And I think the biggest challenge India will face is that skilled manpower and upskilling people who have degrees but can't contribute. I think that'll be big. Of course, ease of doing business, someone mentioned, extremely important. We may say we are, doing, we have gone up the ranks, but there's still lots to be done. And of course, I can't say enough on infrastructure. Lastly, we cannot as a country become a developed country if our economic engine is run by 5 cities. If you look at China and other cities, they have 100 cities. There are cities where we haven't even heard the name in China, and they'll be bigger than Mumbai, right? So that's why the tier 2 cities are important, because right now as an economy, if you look at, we are largely powered by few major cities. We have to make sure that tier 2 cities can retain talent, reduce migration to the major cities, and GCC is one of the areas where we can do that to make sure that the talent remains in these cities and we can grow there. Thanks.
So the key takeaway I'm taking is that you have to look at it from an integrated standpoint: infrastructure for talent, facilities for talent, infrastructure for the setup of the entity itself, the connectivity, and so on. When we look at tier 2, Amit, if I were to come back to you, you've shown some extremely amazing leadership in terms of convincing communities in Germany, who are a little difficult to convince. But you've taken a layered approach in terms of how you went into a tier 1 city, you kind of established yourself, you created a brand perception for yourself, and then you're kind of bringing in new functions, and then you're looking at different locations and so on. So can you share your perspectives in terms of what is going to guide the future tier 2 city?
Thank you, Rohan, and it's really a great opportunity to be on this forum along with CII, and this is the fact that we all sit together on the same forum and discuss the same problem says that I feel there's much more success possible with the combined efforts. I think I'll start with something that is, before I even go to the question, Rohan, you asked, it's all about, our leadership keeps asking me, where should we go? There's a bunch of various GCC summits that are coming up. I think some of the respected government officials talked about it. And I didn't even know till the previous session that, Ahmedabad was known for semiconductors. So I think there's a need to create a catalog. Otherwise, we end up going to so many GCC summits. We talk about GCC summits in tier 2 cities. How do we know where we need to go? What kind of skill is available? I think that in addition to the national policy, there needs to be a catalog. So it will help GCC leaders, not only in this room, but the remaining many who are not here, to be able to decide where they would want to go for their talent needs. So I think that's the first perspective that is simpler to do because the information is already available. I would like to talk more about talent because GCC is nothing about an office. It's all about the talent and the skill base that is existing. Now, from my perspective, I represent ACCO, which is the world's 3rd largest agriculture equipment manufacturer. We own brands like Massey Ferguson. So for us, it was all about where are we going to get the talent. It was not necessary we would want to go to Bangalore. We just wanted to go where we could get the talent to set the foundation on which we would strengthen our footprint in India. So it actually starts with really understanding, even at a tier 2 city level, what is the difference between a campus to corporate? How do we get more involved in universities? Now, it's not about going to universities and saying that you set up a GCC program. The technical skills are all there. They're all there. We have great talent. We've already proven it. We don't need to go talk about it. But really what we really need to understand is how do we build the understanding of working in a global culture. So I think that is where the industry needs to participate in terms of not only doing the final semester in your program where you come and do an industry project and learn new skills, but it's about industry sponsoring, contributing, getting our talent ready. I would rather, take a month to set that person up for success, put them on a roll, then put them through a 6-7 month training program and ask them to unlearn whatever they've learned. So I think that intervention needs to happen. Is it going to, can we do it? Absolutely. We have the number of people involved in, employed in GCCs is in millions. We can invest a little bit of the time of those people to go and invest in that. The second piece, which is very, very important, is we need to create a vendor ecosystem in those cities. See, a lot of our GCC leaders are under pressure to create value. It's no longer cost. We already know that. You want to go up into AI automation. So we want a vendor ecosystem that can help complement us with skills which are not core to our function or help us supplement the skills that we don't have. So I think the tier 2 cities also need, and I know it started. It has started. I can see a lot of new, big organizations opening up centers in tier 2 cities. The third, which is very important, is project and brand those cities not as your delivery centers, but your innovation centers. That will create more, I would say, visibility and foresight. For example, very simple to do, go to a college and say that we'll set up an incubation lab. For me specifically, it's very, very important because in the agriculture space, I'm always looking for where should I go get the best, employees, prospective employees who understand a bit more about the agriculture life cycle, so that when they come and work in my GCC, though they might be programming, they understand the customer that they're trying to solve the problems for. I think that creates a bit more, I would say, ownership and understanding about what we are trying to do. And I would eventually say that it's also important for us to really understand how do we recognize some of these success stories that we are going to create in these tier 2 cities. What is going to be the differentiation? I mean, we saw the video in the previous session. That's a success story of a GCC leader who's willing to come and talk about what they did, why did they choose that specific city. And I think that is the kind of a layered approach that even I personally believe that we should be taking. You need to make sure that your foundational skills, it doesn't matter whether it's tier 1, tier 2, all that will become hazy after a period of time. Your foundational skills are there, so you're set up for success, and then you expand and go where talent is. Somebody said that we will do 5,000 GCCs. I think if we really do the things right, over the next maybe 12 months, it's not going to, and all the brains are in this room and outside. I don't think we should stop just at that number. I think the possibilities that are in front of us are many more. Thank you.
Dream big, and then also the other takeaway is between states, collaborate, don't compete. So that makes the need for a national policy, need for a state model policy, and a way of how these people interact with each other become all the more important, while also focusing on matters of talent and so on. Ramesh, if ABB, it's got a huge manufacturing plant, it's got a GBS center. You've been quite instrumental in growing the GBS function. Can you share your perspectives in terms of how you have thought about it, and how do people, from a product engineering standpoint, engineering R&D standpoint, consider, going beyond the tier 1 cities as a very viable option?
Thank you, Rohan. And firstly, very happy to be here, and proud moment, of course. And let me talk about first tier 2 cities, which is the topic of the day. We have talked about the challenges in the tier 2 cities, like the infrastructure, availability of talent, all those things. But then there are opportunities as well. Now, I will compare tier 2 cities in the stock market to mid-cap market. Okay. So, for example, large caps, I think that it is connected to tier 1 cities, and mid-cap connected to tier 2 cities. If I connect that, we have risks, we have opportunities, we have also challenges. So in that connection, what are the risks we have? First risk is global companies, I think when they want to set up things in a different way, they will first check why not in tier only we continue the operation, because setup is already available, operationally everything is right, only probably the cost is the only problem, or the road infrastructure or something related to that is the only charges. Let's concentrate more on the availability rather than going into the other topics. But then we need to think something different of giving an opportunity for them to start in tier 2 cities. It may be talent, it may be government shops, or anything related to something extra we need to give. I believe many of you heard some time back when the IT revolution started. At that time, government did think and did focus only on the IT. And that's how a boom has started, and now India is the IT leading for all the countries. Across many countries. So in the similar way, we need to think of what we can do specifically for the tier 2 cities in connecting the talent, academy, and also the industry and the policies as well. This will make us go through a better picture. And in terms of ABB, we have two different centers. One we started in 2002. Okay, we may not have heard about GCC at that time. I think it was an engineering center or a shared service center. That's what it was named. So there, it was started with only 6 people. Now we are 3,200 people, covering 110 countries across ABB. So this is a good captive example which we can say. And similarly, we have ABB Business Services, which we started in 2016. This week we are celebrating 9th year celebration there, and we started with around 300 plus. This is value across the business, starting from finance, information systems, HR, and also logistics support, and also with respect to quotation management. Now the thinking is going in a different way, that we will also do a lot related to AI, ML, and data analytics. So we started that. What is that which we did something different? I think there are 2 things which are very good example which I can share. The first thing is, when the business services started, we had 4 different business services across the world. But then over a period of these 9 years, many of the services came back to Bangalore. The main reason was the business. India is a large country. ABB is operating in 150 countries, but the 115 countries. But we have all the businesses which is set up in India. So that is an advantage. We have 18 divisions, and all the 18 divisions are having businesses here. That is an advantage. So we use that as our model to ensure that the capability centers are going in a different way. Second, whenever something new coming from the group or the global, we feel that India can take as a pilot, and we have complete support from management to do that, and that is also one thing which we did it. Third important point is we can support different time zones. I think many other countries they don't support, but then India is one country, we supporting many of the countries. In that connection, we are now supporting 100 plus countries for 22/6. Now 1 day is left, but otherwise 22/6 hours. So that is an advantage. The last important point what I wanted to tell is, we have an attitude which is can do it. So that is one punchline which India has, and I believe this can change the world of setting up GCC in the tier 2 cities as well.
So a very important takeaway is in terms of an attitude of can do, and that perhaps manifested in 2002 when you decided to set up, when ABB decided to set up the engineering R&D center. But was it that you wanted to be close to your manufacturing facilities, close to your regional distribution centers, close to your supply chain, and that when you look at tier 2 and tier 3 cities going forward, you need to look at it from a 360-degree standpoint of India market access, which is, can I have a place where I can manufacture close by? Can I have a place where I can supply goods from a logistics hub standpoint close by? Can I have my supply chains close by? Can I have my financing units close by? Can I have my ecosystem and startup systems close by? And then that becomes the driver of the GCC setup that I also want to establish. Perhaps that was what was the thinking in 2002, right?
Yeah, that's right. And apart from what you told, Rohan, the one more thing was, Bangalore probably was the tier 2 or tier 3 city at that time. Another important factor was there were a lot of engineering universities in Bangalore. So that was a great advantage for us. And we used to hire the campus interview at that time. And because it was an engineering center, we wanted somebody in R&D, development, and also the product related technologies to be provided. So it makes the young minds to come to the come to industry and provide their things. So that is one advantage which is also embedded into that. Of course, we have the manufacturing facilities which cover the entire area. And when you talk about the supply environment, I think the coverage in the logistic perspective, that we are also exporting a lot of goods, that also came into picture.
Perfect. So ecosystem approach. Nancy, maybe if you would like to share some thoughts in terms of what you're seeing, especially on mid-market GCCs and them considering cities beyond the tier 1?
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all, for the question and for having me here. Rohan, maybe if I can take 30 seconds before I jump to your question, because this topic of tier 2 cities is very close to my heart. I come from and I grew up, I studied in not a tier 2 or a tier 3, but a tier 4 city. And having this opportunity today to sit on a national platform and talk about what our tier 2 and tier 3 cities have to offer is an immense pleasure. Not only because back then opportunity followed me when industry and infrastructure did not, but I think there are many like me in the room and outside who are waiting for those opportunities and have to migrate to our tier 1 cities only because the right opportunities probably are not at the scale at which they are available in the tier 1 cities. So if I talk about Protivity, we focus a lot on the mid-segment GCCs, which I think is the next wave of GCCs that you're going to see being set up in India. What do these mid-segment GCCs look for? In my opinion, I think they are very open to locations like Bhubaneswar, Coimbatore, Jaipur, Chandigarh. But I think the biggest challenge, and I think we have spoken a lot about it, is talent. So GCCs are ready to follow where the talent is. But any new company who's looking to set up a center in India, it's no more a cost arbitrage. India is no more the cheapest country to set up a center, but it's more of a skill that we bring to the table. So if you look at what they're looking for in terms of getting the right skill and hitting the ground from day one, is the experience level of 5 to 15 years. That's the sweet spot to get a starting point. And I think that's where probably our tier 2 cities are yet to find a solution. So we run a lot of campus to corporate programs where we take the ownership of training those resources who are coming from campuses for a period of as long as 1 year before they hit the GCCs. Also because we support some of our global delivery centers as well. But what is the talent gap? So if I have to summarize, I see the talent gap is twofold. One is obviously there is a huge need to upskill and reskill the talent. And there are stats out in the market that 50% of the existing GCC workforce will have to upskill in the next 5 years. And then you have a new wave of graduates coming in who you have to upskill on different matters. So I think that obviously is there, and there are, we are seeing efforts that universities, government, academia, all are making to incorporate subjects like AI, product development, digital fluency. But the other big aspect where we get a lot of feedback from our clients, and because I've worked in GCCs myself, the next wave is to create global leaders out of India. We have seen about 5,000, 6,000 global roles being based in India for the last 2 years. And that journey is to continue. So there is a very strong focus on how do you communicate, what are those soft skills, how do you communicate effectively, and how do we create those global leaders in our tier 2 cities. That has been the major focus area, apart from just the functional and the technical training, which I've seen a first-hand feedback. If you see the expansion in tier 2 cities, it's in numbers, maybe percentage, it's about 2%. But if you look at absolute terms, there is a growth from 80 units to about 220 units, which in my opinion is a good progress, where we have a long way to go. But to solve for how we can set up more and more centers sustainably and effectively in tier 2 cities, I think talent and infrastructure are at the core of what we need to solve for. We still have a long way to go in terms of Fortune 500 companies or the global Forbes 2000 companies. But the mid-market GCC is a very interesting segment. I'll tell you why. this is a wave of innovation, startups, unicorns that are coming to the country. We have seen multiple such cases post-COVID where a startup is in the US and they have their first employee in a Bangalore or a Mumbai. So that's the kind of interest that globally companies have to set up their centers. To summarize, just in the interest of time, I feel that GCC, the first wave was about cost. The second wave probably was about capability. The third wave is to set up GCCs in tier 2, tier 3 cities to achieve inclusive growth. And like I come from a tier 4 city, if we do it right, both our skill development and our infrastructure, I think global leaders can also come out from a K3 or a Bhubaneswar or a Coimbatore rather than just having fragmented to a Mumbai, Bangalore or Delhi. Yeah, so that's what I'd like to say.
So, many of the leaders here in this podium also are from tier 3, 4, 5 cities. And if we made it to this podium, I'm sure there are many, many more outside. But, Santosh, you have yourself at IBM delivery centers in tier 3, 4 places. And then there is this interesting concept of BOT, build, operate, and transfer, where a company may choose to outsource first, and then it may decide that, okay, I want to insource it back to me. And when it insources, it's that same captive audience, perhaps in Mysore, perhaps in Coimbatore, perhaps in, and you just create a new entity and then grow. How do you see that trend playing out?
Thank you, Rohan. First of all, very good afternoon. I'm Santosh Rao from IBM. I like the way my colleague here talked about can-do attitude, right? And also the stock market example. And as Rohan mentioned, I think IBM very clearly went on with a can-do attitude. And I take a lot of pride to say that we've actually are up and running in 5, we don't want to even call it tier 2, emerging technology centers. That's what we refer to them. And all of them are actually emerging and growing in significant numbers. The way we went about is very clearly what's being driven as our philosophy or theme is what Rohan also mentioned, right? Is all about ecosystem partnership. Our whole focus in the last couple of years is hybrid cloud and AI in a way where it is enterprise AI, which is responsible AI, is what we call it. When we are looking at it, we actually said, while this is definitely a theme which is needed, why don't we go and try to do this our own self? So we said, let's look at IBM as client zero. So we said, why can't we go and do our own product development in the emerging technology centers? So if you really look at it, today's world, agentic AI world, our most important product, which is Watson-X.Orchestrate, is being developed out of one of the emerging technology centers. So when we start doing our own self, I think that's proof in the pudding. And we actually tell to our clients that we can do it for our products which you trust. So why can't you do it in the ETCs? The way we have gone about is also looking at it from a hub and spoke model. And that is exactly where Rohan mentioned about the BOT. So the build, operate, and transfer related aspects, what we have, we actually go in bringing ecosystem partners, and also from a hub and spoke perspective, there is a client already in a tier 1 city. Are there business functions where we can basically take and try to tell, I'm going to build this whole business function in the emerging technology center and then operate it for you, and then over time transfer it for you. That's exactly where we are actually taking clients to the new centers, where not only are we doing product development, but we are also basically saying we can be in the journey with you, giving you the required confidence that we will take you along, we'll build it for you, we'll operate for you, and we'll transfer it to you. So that's the way we are emerging. So what we really are seeing is, one, take the can-do attitude, do it yourself for your own products, then take the learnings from each of those, where we have now developed 5 emerging technology centers, and can we take it to more? And we are committed from a roadmap to really start growing. Where do we really see the forum here, where industry, academia, partnerships, and the government? We strongly believe the talent, which is as GCCs move towards global value centers, capability to value.
And that's the way the transformation is happening. Is there a way where we can almost mandate industry academia partnership? We know in the medical field it is happening. Like anyone who completes MBBS, mandatory completes a rural term. Is there a way where AICTE or engineering bodies confirm if you are a technology university or a deemed university, you mandate the last year as an industry training or an industry partnership? And that should actually be from one of these emerging technology centers or tier 2 cities as we call it. So if that sort of a mandate starts coming, I think naturally we've seen a lot of positives from going into tier 2 cities. Attrition is low. Many people from the tier 1 cities want to go into these emerging technology centers. But there is an aspect where if we can really, because many of those tier 2 cities really have excellent academic centers. Can we sort of start mandating? I think that will drive more into it. So those are some of the points which I wanted to bring.
Thank you, Santosh. And I think we heard a lot of things from the panelists, from the government side of it, from the ecosystem side of it, from the industry side of it, and from professional services and IT. I think it's quite clear that the momentum is unmistakable. The opportunity is huge. Infrastructure is getting built at a rapid pace. The prices are lower. The opportunity for getting incentives is more. Something that happens in Tamil Nadu quite often is the manufacturing subsidies and initiatives to set up a manufacturing plant are merged with what the GCCs offer in the sense of employments and exports and all of that. And therefore, the value proposition for the global corporation becomes that much better. So the momentum is unmistaken. I think success is going to be collaborative, whether it is government, state governments collaborating within themselves, central government collaborating with the state government, various ministries collaborating with each other, having interministerial task forces that solve an end-to-end problem statement rather than looking at it in individual ministerial angles or the central and state government angles. That can provide a significant amount of boost. Quality trumps cost is what I feel, that if you have quality talent, you have quality infrastructure, you have a quality ecosystem, you have quality livability, you have quality connectivity, all of these come into play. If you have anything not working, then you're going to see somebody look at it and say there are so many options. India is a vast country. The options for our alternative locations are huge. And lastly, policy must always stay ahead. So whether it is the tax incentives or the tax compliance, whether it is the the setup and all of that compliance requirements, whether you're in a tier 1 city or a tier 5 city, it should be quite predictable. And I think one thing that the industry will resonate with is it doesn't matter if it becomes a little more expensive as long as there is predictability and consistency. So a lot of that, including IP protection and things like that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a wonderful audience, for a wonderful panel, and maybe I'll hand it over back to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Lobo. May I request you to kindly give away a few tokens of appreciation to each of our speakers who are on the dais, please. Can I request you all to please step forward for a photo opportunity, please?
Please announce we are resetting the room behind. So पीछे लोग पीछे से आए because for reference session we are setting it behind the last few rows. Resetting.
Those in the last few rows, request you to come forward because they'll be rearranging those things. This one is. Our next session, strengthening the enablers for GCC ecosystem. And for this, we have with us Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary, Department of Telecommunications, and Shri Sunil Bhartwal, Secretary, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. With them, we have Vinod Rohira from the Raheja Corporation, Mr. Praveen Kumar from Barclays, Chandraprakash Balani from AWS Industries, Dr. Rudra Pratap from the Plaksh University, Ankur Mittal from Lowe's India, Sunil Gupta from Yota Data Services, and Manoj Marwa from ENY. I request all of you to please settle down. As soon as we've turned the stage around, our speakers are already here and we'll start right away. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to please settle down. We are going to start with our next session. And our speakers for the session are here and they will be joining us soon. Requesting all of you to please take your seats. That's why I sent. Once again, may I request all of you to please settle down. We are going to start with the session. All those standing on the left side of the stage, may I request all of you to please take a seat. We are now ready to start with the session, but I can't bring in our esteemed speakers unless you've sat down and we have the house in order. All those standing at the back of the room, may I request you to please settle down. Please take a seat so we can start with the session. Like I said, we have to have the house in order before we bring in our guests for this session. Thank you. Thank you for dispersing and settling down. We will start in a few minutes. As you are aware, this session will be followed by the last and final session with the Honorable Finance Minister. So I suggest you all take your seats now itself and settle down. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And we now begin with this much awaited session. To begin, I'd like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his opening remarks and take the session forward.
Good afternoon once again, and a real pleasure and honor to welcome our two secretaries to the Government of India. We have here with us the Commerce Secretary and also Secretary, Department of Telecom, Mr. Sunil Barthwal, Dr. Neeraj Mittal. A very, very warm welcome to both of you to this very important session. You know, we have had several ministries participating through the day and many state governments participating in various sessions during the course of the day. But I do not know whether because of timing or because of any design that the Department of Telecom and the Department of Commerce was kept for the penultimate session before the Finance Minister to two very important institutions, two important policy ministries, two very important stakeholders in the discussions that we have on the subject that's been going on. Both complicated, yet both extremely critical. And I do not have to labor on that point much more. But ladies and gentlemen, the discussions that we have had so far, all of you have participated, have touched upon many areas of what could be the evolving national GCC policy, or when we had discussions on the scope of the progress made in some of the states, some of the early states and the others who are working on it thereafter, how we have been seeing and the emergence of some of the GCC hubs across the country. One important discussion also took place was how is it going from Tier 1 to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. And the discussion about the Tier 2 cities was also extremely encouraging. And today now we come to this where we talk about about how do we strengthen the enablers of the ecosystem. So while I would initially request and invite our two secretaries to give their opening remarks, the way we will structure it in the next 70 odd minutes that we have been given is to have this strong group that we have from the business to make a comment or two or a question after following two secretaries. The Raheja group we have there, Mr. Vinod Rohira, Praveen Kumar from the Barclays, Chandra Prakash Balani from the AWS, and Dr. Rudra Pratap, the founder and vice chancellor of the Plaksha University, Ankur Mittal from the Lois India, Sunil Gupta from the Yota Data Services, and Manoj Marwa of the EY. So this is a solid group, and short, crisp questions followed by maybe closing comments by our two secretaries. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure and honor to invite first Mr. Sunil Barthwal, the Secretary, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, to give his opening remarks. Secretary.
So, a very good afternoon to all of you. Chandrajit Banerjee always have this tendency to surprise you, because I was going through that and I thought Neeraj was supposed to come first and then I was supposed to speak. But that is the way it is. And my colleague, Secretary Telecom, Mr. Neeraj Mittal, all the distinguished panelists who are present here, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So,
I think it's a very good opportunity that this GCC Business Summit has been organized, and it's a whole day affair. A lot of secretaries must have also spoken, a lot of distinguished panelists must have also spoken. Today's session is about the enablers, and I would be discussing some of these enablers today, but I would focus on one enabler with which I deal. So before I come to that enabler with which Department of Commerce deals, if you look at the GCCs, I think the enablers are already present in some of the cities in India, which has happened over a period of time. So everybody is aware, you must have heard about it, that firstly, it is the city which is very, very important. And not only the city infrastructure for the people who live in that city, but also the IT infrastructure and the concurrent infrastructure which is required, maybe the data center, maybe the cloud services, maybe the network. That is one. The second, of course, is a high density of STEM professionals which should be available in that particular city. They should be living together over there. There should be, people should be available within the city. And I think, the STEM professionals, the way it has grown in this country, and particularly the way they have been clustered in some of the cities, I think that is very, very important factor which has given, which has attracted these GCCs to India and to these cities. Third, of course, is, the ecosystem which we have created in terms of higher education and the middle skilled kind of education system. If I say it in two words, then it is IIT at the top and ITIs and polytechnics which are there, because I visited some of the GCCs and I found that it is teamwork. There is always a man at the top working in a team, but it requires a lot of teammates who may not be as equally qualified, but who can be guided and they can deliver. So you require a huge hierarchy of, STEM professionals, but at the same time, other kind of professionals which may be working in that hierarchy and in that team. So, and perhaps one important enabler which many times is not thought that way, but which has made these GCC proliferate in the country and get attracted in the country, is the innovation ecosystem which we have created. And this innovation ecosystem is coming out of startups, innovation hubs, and the venture capital, which finances these innovations. So I think it is a combination of these four, I would say. There may be some more, but in my view, it is a combination of these four enablers, which are definitely required if you have to attract GCCs, which are those companies which are innovating. In fact, if you look at the whole services sector, which I deal with in terms of exports, you will find that there was a phase when manufacturing comparative advantage of a country was seen, when trade theory was discussed, or when trade was discussed. But now, it is the services comparative advantage which has become equally important for countries to look at. The global trade is gradually moving into digital services. Global exports and imports are moving in terms of services sector. And these GCCs are becoming the hubs of not only providing the services component to the manufacturing companies, but also in themselves as services. They are independent on their own and they require an ecosystem which is innovative. In fact, when I was looking at the Draghi report, if you read that, some of you might have read that Draghi report, which EU Commissioner has written about what is happening with Europe. The first thing which they have come out is, and they are lamenting about that fact, is that Europe has not been able to focus on innovation in the companies. And the innovation is happening elsewhere. Maybe US, maybe China, maybe India, elsewhere. And in fact, the whole Draghi report talks about, and it is the same, I would say, Schumpeterian theory, where it is the innovation which leads a company. If you don't innovate, you die. If you don't innovate, you may no longer be in existence. So innovation has become a strong point, and the comparative advantage of a country comes from whether you can provide that innovation setup to a company or not. And that is what the companies are trying to do. Since I have been given 10 minutes, I will try to stick to those 10 minutes. Now, what we are doing, what is the another enabler which we are trying to bring in this country, other than these 4 enablers which I just talked about? And that enabler is the free trade agreements. And that is, I will spend some time on that free trade agreements, how they are the enablers for the GCCs. So if you look at the free trade agreement today, which we are doing with the UK, which we have just announced, with European Union, which is going on, with US, again, discussions are on, with several other countries in the world, things are moving. These are not the FTAs which are only confined to what you call traditional trade, which is just trade and tariffs, and that too only manufacturing. These FTAs today are very complex set of agreements. A very important part of these FTAs is the services sector. If you look at these chapters in the FTAs, how, the services segments which are under the GATS agreement, they will be part of the FTAs. What will be the regulatory system in those services, including the FDI and the other regulatory practices? Those are being harmonized. Those are being looked at. There is an institutional mechanism within these FTAs which can look at that how the services sector between these 2 sets of partners will be harmonized, will be coordinated, will be sustained. And there are whole gamuts of other facets which are related to the GCCs. And what are those? Unless and until you have an IPR regime which can work for you, you will always be concerned about that country. We are looking at the IPR chapters. We are looking at what will be the coordination mechanism in case the disputes arise. That is another area which we look at in FTAs. So FTAs these days are not only trying to look at the whole gamut of services sector, but also in terms of the regulatory harmonization between the 2 countries. And therefore, it is taking a lot of time when we do these FTAs. There are detailed discussions, detailed deliberations, detailed stakeholder consultation. For example, if you look at digital trade, then what will be those principles of digital trade which the partner countries have to adopt? If there is a data localization or data privacy laws, then how they will be looked at? That is another angle which we define in these FTAs. And what is the ultimate point of these FTAs? The ultimate point of these FTAs is that once these are signed, you will get the businesses, whether the business is here or businesses abroad, they will get certainty about those regulations, because those regulations are not going to change unless and until you have agreed differently. And it gives certainty. So if an FTA with UK has been done, and let me just tell you that the UK FTA, India-UK FTA, includes a chapter on innovation. You know, if you look at the traditional FTAs, innovation was never discussed. But now these free trade agreements, they take up these matters, innovation, and there is a clarity. In fact, in UK FTA, we also have created a mechanism where there will be innovation working groups. So that if any GCC which is looking into the innovation, which is looking into these, product development, product innovation. In fact, I had gone to one of the GCCs which is operated by one of the healthcare companies, and they showed me MRI machine, where I was told that in their GCC they are working on the fact that how this MRI machine can, through AI or through machine learning, can improve its patient turnover ratio. So that one MRI machine, which may be costing 1x, is able to deliver higher turnover for itself. And that is the kind of work those engineers were doing, the whole team of those engineers was doing. And when you are doing that exercise, then you require these kind of agreements, international agreements. So I think the modern FTAs today, which we have launched, will be leading to these innovation corridors between the partner countries, which will really facilitate these GCCs in India. And one more fact which I would like to just focus here. You know, when we did this FTA with EFTA countries, which are these 4 countries, obviously Switzerland is there, but there is also Norway, and there is Iceland, and there is Liechtenstein. I had gone to Norway, and I found that many of their SMEs, they are so innovative. They want scale, and that scale can only come in India. And in fact, there will be a second phase of GCCs where these kind of SMEs which are there, which are in very, very niche fields in these countries, they can be part of the GCC framework in India. So I think there is a huge potential. We are looking at MRAs and standards. Government of India has created 1 lakh rupees crore of R&D fund. And I feel that there are various sectors, whether it is fintech, whether it is medtech, whether it is biotech, which will lead these GCCs in India. And these GCCs are going to be strengthened further through the kind of work which Department of Commerce is doing and the Government of India is doing through these free trade agreements. So I will stop here. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barthwal. Thanks for talking in detail on many aspects which are important. The innovation piece which you really related to, from the startups to right up to the high tech, to the ones which, and bringing in these examples of the FTAs, and thank you for really talking about it. And you mentioned about UK, and you mentioned about the EFTA part where you focused on the SMEs and the innovations there. The services sector, again, thank you for really highlighting the way it has played into the policy framework while we're really looking at the FTAs. And as I turn now to our Secretary from the Department of Telecom and Ministry of Communications, following from what Secretary Commerce said, it'll be great to listen to you and listen to you on building it up as to how there's an ecosystem come in, because he did mention about the communication as a part also when he was speaking about services. We spoke earlier about tier 2, tier 3 cities and how you are looking at bringing that connectivity into those cities and, be it the 5G or the satellite broadband and much of the rest of it, and what type of models you would really look at for and digital R&D. The other point, of course, one would look at is sort of an always-on type of a thing with our GCCs, which was much talked about during the course of the day. So with that, I hand it over to you for your remarks and address, and then we'll open it up for some panel remarks. Thank you.
So let me first put the timer so that I don't exceed 10 minutes. So my colleague, Secretary Commerce on the dais, Chandrijit ji, who I know for a very long time, many other colleagues here on the dais from the industry, the GCC industry, and all the guests here today. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today because I just met Arun Roy, who is Secretary Industries in Tamil Nadu. And when I was in Tamil Nadu as Secretary IT in 2021, we really started thinking about how to get the GCCs into Chennai because Bangalore was overflowing. And it's heartening to see that, Tamil Nadu has succeeded in being one of the second magnet centers. And the trend is going to just continue because GCCs find what is required, as Sir just said about the enablers of GCC, very well established in India, be it talent, which is very, very critical, be it connectivity, which is excellent, the capability to innovate, the rule of law, strong IPR protections. All these things make India a very attractive destination. Telecom, which I represent, is a significant part of the digital infrastructure. And we somehow sometimes do not even feel that there is such an infrastructure because we take it for granted. Sometimes we feel and hear some news that, some TSPs, some network, somewhere in some small city has stopped working. And, that becomes a big news because we have just become very used to it. But it is a very important enabler. And I will talk a little bit about what we are doing and how we hope that this increasingly exponential growth of GCCs will continue in India. Just to recall, some numbers which you might or might not be aware, we are the second largest market in the world with 1.2 billion consumers, roughly about 1 billion broadband users, 1 billion internet connections. If you look at the price, we are about 9 cents per GB. I don't know if anybody has a guess of what is the global average of data. We are 9 cents per GB. Any guesses? $2.6. That is the global average. Now, that is a very significant enabler for any GCC because, the data costs are so low. If you look at the speeds of broadband, we jumped from 119th position to 21st globally. Our median broadband speed was about 138 megabits per second. The mobile data usage, there was a recent news, India seemed to be crossing China. It's about 31 GB per month. This is the national average, which means in rural areas, it might be a little lower, but even in rural areas, if you are consuming in GBs, it's a lot of data. India saw one of the largest and the fastest 5G expansions. We cover 99.6% of the districts. There are only 2 districts in the country where there is no 5G. We also have the distinction of having our own indigenous 4G stack and a 5G stack. We are the only 5th country to have it in the world. And this is thanks to the Prime Minister's faith in our own domestic institutions to be able to get up and produce technologies which many countries have tried but failed. 2G, 3G, 4G has been developed by the rest of the world over 2 or 3 decades. CDOT, which is our domestic institution, developed it in, say, 2 to 3 years. It is already deployed across India in about 1 lakh towers, which was our target. The 3 or 4 important things which are required by us, by GCCs, is compute, connectivity, storage, and all this comes with security. India also stands. The recent ITU Global Cybersecurity Index, we got 99.49 marks out of 100. We were amongst the top nations where the cybersecurity infrastructure, policies, response mechanisms, mitigations, all are in the top tier. So in my view, if you look at the enablers of GCCs as far as digital infrastructure is concerned, is pretty much the top class in India. But the problem I think GCCs are facing and will face is that we are concentrated in some cities. And as Chandrajit said, that going to tier 2, tier 3 will require infrastructure across the spectrum, which includes many things which the Commerce Secretary highlighted, including social infrastructure. But yes, the telecom infrastructure also has to be there. And we are, as we move forward, we have done several things to improve infrastructure of telecom connectivity, which includes the rollout of 4G and 5G. Recently, 3 companies have now the LEO licenses fully ready to commercialize, which will connect these tier 2, tier 3 cities and people who would work for these GCCs wherever they want to, whenever they want to. We have recently also opened up 6 gigahertz spectrum in the lower band and the upper band. The lower band has been opened up for the Wi-Fi 7 kind of applications, and the upper band for IMT, which is the mobile telephony, which will further provide the much needed bandwidth for broadband. We have also launched a very large, significant program to connect the villages, which is the BharatNet program. Government of India is spending 1,40,000 crores to connect every Gram Panchayat with 1 gigabits per second connectivity. As we speak, roughly 50,000 panchayats have 1 gigabits per second connectivity with a SLA of more than 98%. There is a long way to go, and we hope that within 3 years, we will have all the village panchayats, which is roughly about 2.5 lakhs, plus the villages associated with it, which is roughly about 6 lakh, will get connected to high-speed fiber network. This will also fiberize the mobile telephony, where the towers, the backhaul, is currently maybe linked to other modes of communication, which is microwave, satellite, as Chandrajit mentioned, always ready networks. As far as global connectivity is concerned, another initiative is to connect India through submarine cables. And these cables, we have roughly about 17 cables already landing here. A couple of cables have been announced recently. We're trying to bring in ease of doing business for the cable landing stations through a single window portal. These are the several initiatives which we have taken. We also spend a lot of money on R&D. And as we go along from 5G to 6G, there will be much more speed required, because 6G in minimal terms is 3 to 4 or 10 times, both in terms of latency, speed, and reliability. It also talks of ubiquitous connection, it talks of integrating AI, it talks of integrating sensing, and all these will require much more higher bandwidths available from the existing infrastructure. We are working on freeing up additional spectrum and creating R&D and MSMEs and startups in these fields. So we hope that with all these initiatives, the GCCs will find the digital infrastructure not to be lacking when they plan into tier 2 and tier 3 cities. With these words, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and if there are any questions, happy to take them. Thank you.
It's just great to hear you, Mr. Mittal, Dr. Mittal, because, both of you, both the secretaries spoke pretty much flowing from each other in terms of when we see what has been done and the opportunities and where the gaps are. And as you spoke of the global connect or the connect that we have achieved internationally, you also spoke about speed, and I think the speed at which we have done things, as well as when you talked about the speed which we are achieving. I think both that. And of course, the ecosystem, you also talked about the enablers, many of it which you have touched upon. And I'm sure this strong panel that we have would be intrigued, and I'll leave it to them to make a comment or even raise a question for you. We have just about 40 minutes to do this, and I'll therefore, maybe the best way to do it would be to go to each of our stakeholder panel and then come back to our two secretaries. So I'll first go to Vinod Raheja, again, of the Raheja Group, major stakeholder from the real estate, and I really look forward to how do you take it from the two secretaries who spoke. Your comment and a question.
Thank you so much, firstly, for inviting me on this August panel and this great collection of intellectual capital in this room. We carry a big responsibility to create the last mile experience. But that last mile can get energized only with the entire support of all that has been spoken since the morning. Because building a great building and creating assets which give you the infrastructure for it to function right, for those occupiers to bring in the right talent, nurture that talent to do cutting edge technology. Over the last 20 years or so, we've seen the real estate industry evolve dramatically, and the new 5.0 version has come post-COVID because we were struggling with thoughts of work from home and nobody's going to come back to work, etc., etc. So the products being designed are dramatically different now. And of course, a lot of that is thanks to the technology backbone, the last mile infrastructure that each of these cities have gone and provided, which is allowing for talent to migrate, nurture, and want to live and grow in these big cities. So while since the day has passed, all of us have been debating tier 2 and tier 3 cities and the potential of how tier 2 cities have become tier 1 cities, etc. I think it's a combination effort of each and every stakeholder who has to work very closely to build a certain critical mass which drives the ecosystem. So if I have to look inside out and we have to build an IT park, which is primarily what commercial real estate has done, and India has almost 500 odd million square feet of relevant, credible stock, which is 80% occupied by tech companies. And we believe another 400 odd million will be needed in the next 5-7 years alone to take care of GCC demand. So that becomes a massive responsibility. But what that does is cumulatively, when you're building that ecosystem, 15 years ago and 10 years ago, we were building our own oasis, where we had to make sure right from water to electricity to everything else was being provided for. And we had companies flying down from New York and signing up transactions and putting their GCCs in an island environment. SEZs did a fantastic job of attracting GCCs to come into India. Those 10 years were phenomenal, and we saw 1 million jobs get created just by building SECs. That actually built the backbone for GCCs to grow in India. What it has done now is we've moved way ahead in terms of the way talent is looking at picking on jobs. So to just give you small examples, if there's young talent coming and you're calling them for an interview, and they have to wait in a shabby manner inside a lobby where 1,000 kids have come for 100 seats of interview, half of them walk away. They say, I don't want to work in this environment because it's not taking care of me. So a lot of their mindsets have changed, and they are looking at cutting edge tech, so they know what they want to do, what they want to achieve. That becomes really critical to ensure it's not just the last mile infra, but it's social infra, it's education, it's healthcare, it's collaborative training, because graduates that are walking out of technology colleges are finding themselves lost for knowledge because of the way AI is rapidly influencing the way they work in terms of technology. So they need to constantly relearn, and that ecosystem is being provided by the GCCs that are coming and saying we want to nurture the talent. So just to end my little piece on this, I think in the next 5 years there will be a lot more needed on support from government as well as from the current ecosystem that's already built, whether it's education, whether it's financial services, whether it's all the tech, resource and training and learning. Only then will you see occupancy rise and more GCCs come down. We will build the best assets to make sure we can have them best occupied. But the rest of the ecosystem will have to support in all of these aspects.
Thanks for that comment. It is important that we look at the smart infrastructure, and you talked about it, your smart technology systems. And, one of the main participants over here today has been Barclays, of course, and they have been giving great solutions in terms of these smart technologies. And I'll request Praveen Kumar, the Barclays CEO, to.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for hosting us and inviting us to this fantastic conversation. Just to share with you, we are one of the 5 largest BFSI GCCs in India, presence across 5 cities, and almost a third of the global bank actually now is based out of India. I just want to share a perspective from the viewpoint of large GCCs and sustainability of large GCCs. So I think there's a lot of conversation about attracting new GCCs, which clearly is super important for us as a industry, but equally sustainability of large GCCs in terms of the value that we provide our parent organizations, that bar is continuously being raised. And therefore, what are some of the challenges that we are facing in that space? I feel that the first one, we should really, think about talent, compliances, and infrastructure as the sort of 3 dimensions. And on the talent front, the expectations on talent are rising dramatically. Particularly from a domain-aligned talent standpoint. So, the market is so mature now that you want to look for not just people with the banking or financial services experience, but people, for example, with credit underwriting or payments technology, or a specific experience which they can hit the ground running and add value to the enterprise. So I think just thinking about when we think about the sort of phase, the next phase of the SEZ type framework to incentivize specific industry verticals to go to certain locations. I think that would build domains or domain-aligned talent in those locations. So naturally, it has happened in certain locations like Pune, Bangalore, Hyderabad. But I think if government can do something there, particularly at the intersection of AI, startup ecosystem in those domains, all sort of concentrated in a certain location, that would help in fostering that, more. And then, secondly, on compliances, there is still, we do feel, of course, there's lots of compliances, bonding, debonding of assets, etc. takes a long time, the transfer pricing, etc. I think that's all been talked about earlier today. But even state-level policies which are different for each state. I'll give you an example. We are opening a center here in Gurgaon, and we started with the right intent that we want to ease the pain. We have about 8,000 people in NCR. and we want to centralize in Noida, and we want it to make it easier for people to work out of either of the two locations. But it's not possible because the labor laws are very different in Haryana versus UP. So, you know, your overtime policies, they're all designed for manufacturing industry, but they're applicable to us. And therefore, you know, leave policies, overtime policies are all very different. So I'm just giving an example how that, you know, creates a friction point for us to now tag people to a certain location and not be able to provide that flexibility. So finally, on infrastructure, I think the last mile infrastructure, I think Vinod talked about a little bit, but you know, if you look at us as an industry, in no other location outside of India, we provide, as in the company provides transport to get to work, right? We as an industry provide comprehensively, I spend about 120 crores every year just to get people from homes to office, right? And that's a cost which is, you know, all of us can save and actually funnel it for better work, you know, innovation, etc. So the state infrastructure in terms of public transport, access from metro stations, etc., I think that needs to go up, because as our wage inflation goes up, you know, we are, you know, struggling to sort of be competitive, because that's an element of cost which I feel should fall away at some point, you know, as the country matures. So I'll just pause there, but I think those are few areas just to sort of ponder over.
Thanks, Praveen, for raising some very, very fundamental and very useful issues. I'm sure we'll get time to put them into the report, as well as also wait for our secretaries to even respond to that. But you also spoke about skill development and the way AWS has actually worked on, you know, when one talks about cloud infrastructure and the type of cloud skills that they have worked upon. I'll turn to Chandraprakash Balani, the head of AWS, to make a comment or even raise a question to them.
Thank you, and thank you both the ministers calling out cloud as big piece of enablement for GCCs to be successful here. I'll urge you to think in terms of what is the value that you can drive for the global organization from India, right? That'll be basically deciding on the success of GCCs in India and how they're nurturing the talent and how they're growing their business, right? And when it comes to business, how do you improve your ROI? Is you either increase revenues, reduce costs, or improve customer experience or customer satisfaction, right? Those are three big, you know, simplistic ways you can increase value. I'll tell you how from AWS perspective we help our GCC customers in India drive that value, right? So increasing the revenues, we help in innovation, right? We share our secret sauce at Amazon, create the culture of innovation with our GCC customers in India. How can leaders in India create that culture where you know, teams have the psychological safety, they have the technical skills to be innovating from India. We have programs both for builders, where we help them in hackathons and building new ideas, but also for the leaders to be able to create that environment where they are creating the culture where innovation is happening from India, right? When it comes to cost reduction, again, we help in you know, various programs where we train our customers on you know, skills around automation, right? Skills around GenAI these days, which can help in automate. We also go to an extent wherein we empower our customers to drive cost reduction on AWS itself, right? That becomes a big success factor for builders here in India to show the value that they are able to drive. And when it comes to customer satisfaction, you know, I think helping their organization in digital transformation. And digital transformation is a continuous journey now. It's not a one-time thing that you do it and you are done. But we are helping our customers in, let's say, mainframe modernization, in providing all the skills so that they are building their data strategy from India. They are driving the AI, ML analytics as well as GenAI from India. So helping builders build the skill, as well as then leaders in driving those strategies from India. We also go to an extent wherein we are even helping organizations in building that emotional intelligence and skills around, you know, how do you lead in the age of AI? right? So again, you can pick up whatever you find is relevant on how you want to drive value, or probably all three, but question what is that you are doing from India that help you push up the curve on value creation from India. That is what will make India successful and continue to keep India successful. I think we have come a long way, that we can all, maybe a round of applause for all of you here in the room, right? We have come a long way, but to keep us going, I think we need to keep thinking on how we are creating value from India, and that's what we try to do at AWS.
So, thanks, Chandra. All of us have heard about Plaksha University and the phenomenal work that is being done there, and the type of, and when we talk today a lot about academia, industry, government collaboration. We talked about training, skills. So really eager to hear from you what's happening and what more do you wish that that happens.
Well, thank you. First of all, a big thanks, because I'm representing academia here in the industry, alone the batsman to represent the entire academia here. As all of you know, that all enablers we are talking about, everything, infrastructure or whether physical, digital, whatever infrastructure, all of that on one side, without the real talent, none of that infrastructure works. So what you need is real new talent to power these GCCs. And all of you are aware of it. You are asking that give us future-ready engineers. Future-ready people with future-ready skills. I talked about engineers because that's what we do, engineering education. Now, I'll first just tell you one minute about engineering education. Engineering has remained largely what started after World War II. The chassis of engineering education has been just World War II chassis. You might change headlights, taillights, etc., but the chassis is the same. We started in 21, and therefore we had an opportunity to completely rewrite what engineering education should be. That's what attracted me to go from Indian Institute of Science, from Bangalore all the way to Mohali in Plaksha. So how do you rewrite the playbook of engineering? What the future engineers look like? And those skills are very different. Not that older engineering graduates did not solve complex problems, but by the time they were given complex problems, they were in their middle ages. Whereas today, you ask engineers the moment they join companies that here is a challenge for you. It's a complex problem, solve it. How do you prepare graduates, fresh graduates for that? So this is where I have an appeal to GCCs here. See, we can train them in AI, ML, all the basics we can absolutely do, not a problem. We can make them fantastic stats analysts or data analysts, not a problem. There will be great AI engineers, not a problem. But when you want to solve complex problems, you need to see complex problems. Those problems don't live in universities. They live inside your companies. So can we partner with you to get real problems that come to the classroom, that come to students in terms of whatever, projects that they can do, and they can carry over in summer with you for internships, etc., etc. Can we do that? That's number one. Number two, request for GCCs. Why don't you take 2 months of sabbatical or a month of sabbatical and come to universities and teach there? You bring a wealth of knowledge. Now, sabbaticals are well known in academic circles. Every 6 years, you take 1 year sabbatical, you go somewhere. We have broken that mold too, by the way. We give 2 month sabbaticals every year to faculty that go somewhere, learn something new, come back. Because now the turnaround time is much faster. So my appeal to GCC folks all professionals here is, why don't you take sabbatical and come to academia? I'm going to give you the same thing that you tell your customers. Your satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You know, if you come to academia, you will be rejuvenated. Intellectually, it's a very different place, right? So please do that. We will benefit from it. Your future engineers, your future employees will benefit from it. And of course, you will also benefit from it. So that's number 2 request from me. Number 3, even for retention, you know that I keep reading that there is a lot of problem of retention in GCCs. These kinds of partnerships with universities can always work in your favor to upgrade skills for your employees. We can offer lots of courses which are short-term courses. Short-term courses for your employees or for engineers to upskill very quickly. That's what we are specializing in today's day and age. How do you do something that you used to do over a semester in 1 month or in even 2 weeks? How do you do that? We can do that. So these are the 3 points that I wanted to make to you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks for that wonderful 3 asks. I'm sure you will get responses during the session and thereafter. But I go back from Mohali to Bangalore, where we have Lois India and Ankur Mittal. And he, of course, came in 2015 into India. And it'll be good to hear from you as to what you have got to say and ask.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for having me over here. First of all, we are doing some analysis around the network cost and the communication cost we have for LOS in US. And if we had to repeat the same thing in India, how much it will cost. So thank you, Dr. Neeraj. It was that if we have to do the same thing in India, it will be 50% cheaper than what we are doing in US. So Lowe's is a retailer, Fortune 50 retailer. We are probably one of the top 5 retail GCC in India. Around 35% of the corporate workforce is based out of India, 50% of the engineers are based out of India. I have a couple of things which we have to think about to look for the future is, first is that somehow we have to think about having an internet connection like Starlink, which is going to be really, really game changer for India too, because it's been a game changer in US, and I have seen that making a difference, not just to our associates, but also to communities and our customers. Second, thinking about the power, we are talking about having more and more and more data centers, which will require huge amount of power. So maybe something, think about micro nuclear reactor based or powered data centers. I think third thing, which I just talked about earlier also during the lunch session, that today business is facing a little bit of uncertainties when it comes to GCC and tax and permanent establishment policies. Business wouldn't mind paying a % more tax, but as long as there is significant amount of certainties. So clearing out some of those things, incentivizing GCC, which is creating the high value roles, global roles, then penalizing those GCC with higher tax. And for GCC group, my suggestion would be that we don't have to reinvent the wheel by each GCCs. So for example, if somebody is doing or looked at few startups and they said that, okay, for developer productivity, probably these 3 companies are the best. Now choose from them. Not everybody has to do the same thing again and again. We can share the knowledge a lot more in a deeper sense than just talking about how we are executing on finance jobs, HR jobs, merchandising or technology jobs. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. That was very quick and short and sweet. Thank you, Ankur. Now, you know, we have, and Secretary Telecom also spoke about in detail about the data, the infrastructure, and it gives, and it'll be good to hear from Sunil Gupta, the co-founder of Yota. And you are based out of Uttar Pradesh, and you have seen how you really enhanced data storage capacities significantly. Very strong issue that has come up during the course of this this panel. So over to you, Sunil.
Thank you.
Good evening, happy to be here. Just to give you an introduction, we run data centers in India. We have a large campus in Mumbai, we have a campus here in Greater Noida, and we have a campus in Gift City. Besides running these large data centers with lots of power, we have created a sovereign cloud, designed by, completely operated by Indians. For many of the geopolitical reasons, there's a niche segment which actually wants to run on clouds, where data localization itself is not enough. The cloud ownership also has to be sovereign. And the third part for which we have sort of come into much more limelight in the last 2 years is AI. We all know ChatGPT came into our lives 2.5 years back. Suddenly AI was in the consumer hand on your mobile. So everybody started talking about it. And there was a big discourse in India at that time in government circles, in industry circles, that while India has got the best skill sets, maybe the second largest skill sets across the world, we have the best startup ecosystem. Of course, we have the best GCC ecosystem now. But what is the AI ecosystem in India? And frankly speaking, at that time, we realized that practically there was no AI ecosystem in India. There was no models being built here. There was no models fine-tuned here. And practically there was no inferencing of any models here because there was no hosting of model here. So what came out very clearly was that if India has to build an AI ecosystem, like a US or like a China, the compute infrastructure will have to be built here for the ecosystem to start training their models here for geopolitical reasons, and also for serving our own use cases across agriculture, healthcare, education, and various other use cases. We'll have to build them with our own data sets, with our own language data sets. And that is where Jensen Huang, NVIDIA CEO, came, met Prime Minister, and a discussion came that NVIDIA has huge commitment to India, but somebody has to invest into their chips and build a cloud around NVIDIA chips. That is where we came forward. Since then, we have built a very large NVIDIA GPUs cloud infrastructure in India. If you just leave aside US and China, India probably has, and this will be surprising to you, India probably has the third largest GPU infrastructure in the world now. 2 years back, practically there was no GPUs in India. Today, if you are following India AI Mission News, which is coming almost every second day in Economic Times, we have got more than 34,000 GPUs committed to government. And government is acting as, through India AI Mission, is acting as a marketplace where they are asking people like us to build infrastructure, build data centers, build GPUs, convert them into cloud service, give it at a very aggressive rate. Secretary Neeraj was talking about the telecom rates in India, which is like 9 cents, compared to a $2.2 across the world. You'll be surprised that against a $10 to $15 per GPU hour rate, which is prevalent in most of the global markets, government was able to get a price from infrastructure providers like us, which was around $1.5. And after government giving a subsidy of around 40%, now Indian consumers are getting top-end GPUs at less than $1 per hour, which is practically 1/10 of what you will be getting in developed worlds. And when we are talking about these price points, no way we are talking about a lesser quality. We are talking about a top-end infrastructure, which is, in NVIDIA's term, they call it NVIDIA's reference architecture. We are talking about their Hopper GPUs. We are talking about their Blackwell GPUs, something which we are bringing in the next 2-3 months. So in India today, my message to GCCs is, you are doing skill sets work here. You are no more doing a BPO work here. You are doing designing work here. You are doing engineering work here. You are owning platforms here. So you cannot only outsource your skill sets. You need to create platforms. You need to train your AI models here, and you need to host them here for the entire rest of the world to access for inferencing purposes. And that will be real product ownership from India. The infrastructure, the top-end infrastructure is here available in India at highest quality and the lowest possible cost. That is my message. It's very much available there, and you can use it. Thank you.
Great, great, Sunil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Last speaker, again, from the panel is someone who's been involved with the GCCs from the very outset and beginning. And Manoj Marwa of EY. Why probably you are the last speaker is because you are an expert in capturing what happened and putting it in a nutshell while you give your own views. And after you do that, I'll turn to our two secretaries.
No, sure, Mr. Banerjee. I completely agree. You wanted to save the best for the last, so I'll take that compliment. Firstly, I would say I'm so glad to see government leadership in full force here. I think I and Praveen were chatting. I think I've been engaged in GCCs for 18 years. I think as industry, we keep on talking among our eco chambers. These are the issues. I think it gives me immense confidence that government leadership is not only present, but the secretaries are making notes. So I think it gives me immense confidence that a lot of the things we're talking about will see the light of the day. And I think the day started laying out the CII, the national vision to have 5,000 GCCs. From our vantage point, I can clearly say what got us the first 2,000 GCCs is not going to get us the next 3,000. And the reasons are competition. I know sitting in India, given you have 1.4 billion people, every perhaps fourth person is an Indian, we think we are the center of the world. But when you go out of Philippines, Mexico, Eastern Europe, all the geographies are coming hard, Ireland. So competition is intensifies. People have looked at the secret sauce. It's going to be very different. Second is AI. I know we had a lot of people added on, but the kind of talent and Professor mentioned about the engineering chassis. So the chassis will have to change in a big way. And then secondly, the last piece I'll say why this is so different is because of geopolitics, tariffs, FTAs got talked about. So it's a very different era. So with this, I think I wanted to lay out a few suggestions and a couple of questions to the secretary. So first is, I think, given the competition we are facing, we all very fondly remember the Incredible India campaign. I believe Dr. Khan, the Niti Aayog he is the one who coined it. Maybe I think from an India perspective, we have a lot of state campaigns. We have the Hyderabad campaign, we have a Tamil Nadu campaign. We literally saw a Shark Tank happening between states out here come to us. Maybe it's about time to have an India campaign, and that's where if government could support us on similar lines as Incredible India, positioning India as the AI capital of the world or future of work. That's first piece I wanted to talk about. I think the second piece is, traditionally, if you look at 90% or 95% of the GCCs in India, they come from English-speaking markets, Americas or UK predominantly. I think if we have to look at the next 3,000, we need to attract GCCs from newer markets like Japan, like ASEAN, like Nordics. So how can we use the muscle of, and we talked about FTAs, how can we use the muscle of Government of India, the trade deals, the FTAs, the trade missions, to actually position India into these newer markets? And I can tell you from personal experience, I was in Milan, I never expected an Italian bank, even though we couldn't understand each other's language, talking about setting up a 1,000-seater AI hub out here. So I think those barriers are getting broken, so I think that's the second one. The third is, I think, as Indians, I don't know, because out here, I think if you look at our IT industries, we always lament the fact that we don't innovate enough. We are a service-oriented architecture. But if you look at India per se, I think the way we've innovated on UPI, UID, you look at our retail banking infrastructure, the digital stack, the agri stack, the level of innovation which has happened domestically, it'll be surprising when you visit Europe and US, we are much ahead. So how can Government of India, and earlier in the day it got talked about that board meetings are happening here in GCCs, global CXOs are coming here. How can Government of India help take this innovation of India, it literally amps up our brand, and leverage the GCC network to make them global? So I think these are my three suggestions, and my two questions would be, it was wonderful to hear about the 1 lakh crore R&D fund. But it'll be great to know from the secretary, like as GCC, given we don't do product development, while you have some engineering centers, is there a sort of a GCC pack to that, leveraging that 1 lakh crore R&D fund? That will be great. And then from the telecom secretary, given all the geopolitical tensions which have been happening, we talked about submarine cables, but maybe the audience and even I would love to understand the BCP posture of India when it comes to our connectivity. Many times, all kind of rumor mongering happening. We only have one cable. What if it goes down? India goes down. So if there any posture which can be clarified by the Government of India that how safe is our digital connectivity, I think that will be great. Yeah.
So that was a very strong, power-packed session. And we have had two ways. I mean, one is, of course, we had the government opening up to say what's the scope and what the achievements have been so far and why India could move ahead further. We have had many advice coming from the panel and thoughts and asks to the GCCs, as well as questions to the two panelists. So just 10 minutes is what the time shows, and we have two of our secretaries, and I'll start again, no surprises this time, with Mr. Neeraj, Dr. Neeraj Mittal first, Secretary Telecom.
So thank you for this, great question. But as I said in my, opening remarks, we do have about 18 cables landing into the country. That's about 160 terabits per second. It's about 80% utilized. There are 2 new cables which are, coming in as we speak, because the growth of data with all these AI-based data centers increasing in the country. We also have a movement by many countries to establish something called like sovereign data centers. There was a concept of that as well. Then there are companies who would like to come and establish data centers which, we just process and the data goes out. We don't do, consumption here of any services. So with that, the data in and out will be really, really high. And we are thinking of making this infrastructure resilient. So we have, we are a co-chair in the International Submarine, an organization. And we discussed there as to how, when there are cable cuts, India does not own a cable repair ship. And, it is several months before a cut is restored. So that is one of the weak points where we are working. We are trying to see if there is a kind of a insurance which we can create and lease capacity so that the turnaround times are reduced. We have significant satellite capacity, which is on standby. There also roughly about 20-25% right now is unused. With LEO, MEO coming in, we would have additional capacity. So I can rest assure you that, we are not on a single, fault basis that the network of the country will go down.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunil.
So thank you, Chandrajit ji and Neeraj, and thank you all the distinguished panelists. In fact, you have raised and also answered some of these very pertinent issues which we are facing if we have to develop these GCCs. In fact, I get reminded of the book which I had read when I was a student. That was, I think many of you might have read that. That was Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. And there was this John Galt, who, then he got frustrated, and then he came out with a concept of a city where he collected all the engineers, architects, scientists, everybody together, and then they built a city like that. So I think that is the kind of ecosystem which we need to create. I think everybody has to come together because as Neeraj rightly mentioned, that although in terms of the cost of IT infrastructure, we have reduced cost tremendously, and we are one of the, I think, the very low cost economy in that terms. But perhaps, there are other facets which everybody talked about, be it, the living cost over there, be it the residential cost over there, be it, the other kind of facilities, transportation facilities, and the structure of the city itself, cost of doing business. It is not ease of doing business, but it is cost of doing business which has to be looked at. In fact, I feel that, many of our concepts are related to manufacturing. And when we look at, say, IT parks or industrial parks or cities, we look at it from, or if we talk about the economies of scale, we talk from the reference of the manufacturing setup. I think the services setup is an entirely different concept, and as rightly pointed out, that it requires a kind of ecosystem where not only the hard infrastructure but also the soft infrastructure is very, very important. Be it the industry academia linkage, be it the attractiveness of the right people to that hub or city. So I think, when we talk about these scale economies, which are talked in terms of manufacturing, I think those scale economies we have to look at from the perspective of the services sector. Then only I think we will be able to build a true low average cost structure for these GCCs, because the average cost is just not one component, it constitutes several components, where cost of living is also a large component of it, and therefore, in fact, the government is talking about moving from tier 1 cities, which have become very, very costly to live, to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We are talking about the smart city concept. I think now the smart city concept has also to be looked at from the perspective of how these smart cities are really smart in terms of bringing talent and becoming innovation hubs. So I think these are very, very, these new concepts we have to bring in. You talked about, FTAs. I talked in detail about FTAs. What I feel is that there is a concept of the services sector within FTAs, innovation centers within FTAs, and I think that will give an opportunity for these countries to examine the business propositions much more closely. I also told you about the SME, which are available, which are different sets of SMEs, which are innovators, but they don't have the skill, they can come to India. And you mentioned about that Anusandhan, that R&D fund. So if you look at GCC, of course, GCC is a purely commercial venture by a commercial company. But I think the public R&D and what the academia has to do. In fact, I just get reminded of, the R&D which we are doing in IIT Chennai about the diamonds, lab-grown diamonds, right? And that is one kind of R&D which will spur the private sector R&D. So I think it is a combination of, it is truly a public-private partnership. Government has to do certain things which, we pointed out that what government is doing, and I think then there are other things which the private sector has to do, and it has to be very, very close partnership, and it has to be a very, very nuanced partnership. So I think this, today's discussion in this panel will definitely lead to take it forward. I think this is only a beginning. There are lot many things to do, and I will be very glad if Department of Commerce can play a role, and my colleague, similarly, he will be very glad if Telecom Department and other departments, Higher Education Department, in fact, the Urban Development Department has a very important role to play. So, and of course, the other departments of Government of India, but this is the government's priority, and I hope that we will come together and we will further this cause for everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Through the session and before, at least in this session, there was no doubt that India is truly and is definitely becoming a global powerhouse for the GCCs, and we need a well-defined and well-charted roadmap, so to say, which also for our best efficiency and operational efficiency. We need to drive innovations. We need to bring in all other stakeholders. We came out pretty clearly. And of course, without a doubt, there's a lot to do on the collaboration, the three-way collaboration that came in. Of course, the government-industry collaboration to see to it that we are able to have the right structure, the policy infrastructure, and of course, the academia's involvement in it. Many regulatory challenges which the government itself acknowledges and makes changes and prepared to do as we go along. This is indeed very encouraging, and just wanted all of you to kindly join me in very warmly thanking both Dr. Neeraj Mittal, as well as our Secretary Commerce, Mr. Sunil Bartwal, along with the very strong panel which put up such lovely questions and comments. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in thanking all of them. Thank you. We conclude this session, and those who have been in this room for long, we give them a bio break before the Honorable Finance Minister comes in for the last session.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I request you to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to our esteemed panels. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who need to take a break, do so. The rest, please remain seated, because the Honorable Finance Minister will be joining us immediately, and we'd like to have the House in order, please. Thank you, sir. अब तो चलेगा.
national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm given to understand that the Honorable Minister has entered the hotel. She'll be with us in another few moments. It's traffic time and that's why she got held up. Well, as I speak, she's walking in. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
The Honorable Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. We have with us the President of CII, Mr. Rajiv Memani, Mr. Gunjan Samtani, and Mr. Romal Shetty, the two of who have been working on this space of GCC for CII. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great, warm, and a proud privilege to welcome amidst us the Honorable Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, to this GCC conclave, which is being organized for the first time. Madam, a very warm welcome to you, and thank you for being with us. We have been in the last few weeks and months, we have been discussing about the GCC. Your leadership has been of tremendous value to us, your vision that you have given to us. And today's deliberations throughout the day would have been absolutely incomplete if we wouldn't have had you in this wrap-up important session. Honorable Finance Minister, Madam, you have taken the initiative in championing the growth of the GCCs in India, an ambition that was clearly articulated in your union budget speech earlier this year. It's your initiative that has brought focused attention to the strategic value of GCCs in India's economic transformation, and we are indeed again deeply honored to have you here with us. Madam, during the course of the day, there was deep appreciation on the significant initiatives that have been undertaken to accelerate the growth of the GCCs in India. Some key policy reforms have been focused upon. People have deliberated on this, the streamlining of regulatory processes, the enhancing of the operational flexibilities, the cultivating a conducive business environment. Feedback both ways were of great intense during the course of the day. Madam, you have been also talking about establishing dedicated facilitation desks to assist the inbound GCC investments, rationalization of compliance frameworks, and the implementation of skill development programs designed to build a good quality, high quality talent pool of knowledge-driven industries. Honorable Finance Minister, you have also emphasized on the importance of the collaboration between the central and the state governments, as well as the partnership with the academia and the private sector, which could ensure India's value proposition as a GCC hub, which would remain strong, which we all believe that is globally competitive. And under your leadership, we are keen indeed to work and contribute to positioning our country at the forefront of the global capability and innovation. Madam, today a discussion again have reaffirmed not only the potential of the GCC's opportunity in India, but also the urgent need for a coordinated policy and an institutional support. We've seen the state governments participating through the day. We have seen ministries participating through the day. And of course, the GCCs from across the country who are here. And the industry-government collaboration was indeed very, very deep-rooted in all our discussions. With that, I'd just like to once again very warmly thank you and also welcome you for your presence and your leadership that you have given to this very important space of work. Ladies and gentlemen, warmly, once again, welcome our Honorable Finance Minister. Thank you. May I now request Gunjan to please take over to lead through the deliberations of the day, the key recommendations that came up.
Madam Finance Minister, on behalf of the task force that CII and various ministries of the government has created, it is my deep pleasure to welcome you to this session. In your 2025 Union Budget speech, you acknowledged the role of India's services sector and the global capabilities on shaping the future of the Indian economy. Embedded within that was the recognition of the GCCs, not just as contributors to employment or exports, but as catalysts for innovation, resilience, and strategic depth. I am proud to share that that sentiment has become the foundation for what we present here today. This framework about the national GCCs policy brought together a binding to a common purpose, and that was to elevate our collective impact through policy alignment and deeper public-private partnership. And it was absolutely incredible to see the various ministries, the different state governments, the different representations across sectors from different cities and from different countries, the companies that are present from APAC, from Europe, from America, all coming together in the formation of the recommendation of that framework. The policies and investments enablement have the potential to unlock gross value added of over $500 billion to Indian economy and create about 20 to 25 million jobs in the next several years. If we can bring the slide, some of the data on this slide would not be lost on you, Madam Finance Minister. We have about 1,800 GCCs. 50% of the GCCs globally are present in India. And it is not just about the direct talent that this industry hires. That number stands at just north of 2.1 million. There is an indirect employment of 1.8 million that this industry provides. And if you include the induced employment, that number extends to 6.5 million additional people. Our GCCs in the country have become the business cultural capital of the world. There is an incredible extension, a trust, and a model that has been established on the operating side that our GCCs in the country are an extension to the global headquarters. In there, over the period of last few decades, especially in the last, I would say, couple of decades, the digital development of the global enterprises in a big part is being led out of India. And that has positioned us uniquely well to now be the architects of future. In there is the domain expertise, is the expertise and in the emerging technologies at scale that no other country can provide to our global enterprises. Madam Finance Minister, this year alone, over $5 trillion is being spent in engineering investments by global enterprises. When we look at the unlock of AI, about 10 to 15% can be added to world's GDP on a 10-year curve. And in there, again, the position for India to be the leading country, to be the leading destination that is AI enabling the enterprises is absolutely unique. Along with my co-chair, Romil, we have captured the feedback that has come through the course of the day. I'll request Romil to walk us through the foundations of the framework, but also the feedback that we have captured through this day. Romil?
Thank you, Gunjan, and Honorable Finance Minister. Ladies and gentlemen,
So, as Gunjan mentioned, in terms of, there are three things that we are basically looking at in terms of strategic priorities, the critical success factors and performance levers. And I'll just go into a little bit of detail, but first, most importantly, is really the vision. We believe today, over the next 5 years, the GCCs, the number of GCCs can scale from 1,800 to 5,000. This is at a far rapid pace than 7 or 8%, but we think it can actually happen. And there are some reasons here. One is 67% of the Fortune 2000 companies are yet to come to India. Most of the GCCs that we have are English speaking. So we do, and if you look at APAC, it's only 7%. So we really have a potential to actually scale this up from 1,800 to 5,000. And of course, as Gunjan mentioned about employment, really 20 to 25 million. And of course, GVA from 470 to 600 billion. What's important is also the kind of work. I think the kind of work also with now new sectors opening up like defense, for example, like semiconductors, autonomous engineering, for example. So I think there is more and more of that kind of work also which will come into India. No more of the transaction work, but really much more value-added work. And we also believe that there is while this paper has not captured it, but we do believe that from the GCC to actually the parent company establishing its operation in India, today only 20% of those actually have operations in India. So manufacturing or services, they can actually come to India as well. So we do believe that that is a great potential. Now, a few things that we believe are important in terms of the GCC policy, which we think will make this happen. One is really on talent. And the first thing on talent is really to have a talent acceleration hub for reskilling and upskilling. That means everything from academia to actually corporates actually investing time to actually using AI-based tools to upskill and reskill people, starting at much early years and not at the later stage of our thing. And also, of course, having a very important one is really having a skill passport. What I mean is really, in some sense, if everybody has a skill passport and they are on a national digital talent platform, that it is easy then for people to hire and there is an authenticity to all the degrees and the skilling that they actually have. Third is, of course, I think there are a number of government employee-linked incentive programs, and to really effectively use those programs and combine some of them, because there are a number of these programs. The second one is really to bring in what we call as a digital economic zone, where you don't only have GCCs, but you have AI-based compute data centers, you have academia, you have startups, all of this in one ecosystem. And you also have MSMEs, because a lot of the services can be provided by MSME, and an Uberized platform where everybody doesn't need to own spaces. So the space constraints can also be managed. So bringing a digital economic zone, I think that we believe is really important. The second bit is also the digital infrastructure. I think not just to, for example, providing some kind of subsidy for especially high compute, because we do see there is a significant shift of AI, and that will happen to India. I think we also need to have the right infrastructure to ensure those AI-based models can work out of India rather than be depending on any other country. Certain things that we clearly believe is one important thing, one important feedback that came in is really the tax and regulatory mechanism. So a single national level, single window portal, the window portal to basically help at the center and a state to ensure that the clearances are much faster. Our view is that a GCC can be opened in 15 days. It does not need 6 to 7 months to actually open. So I think that is very important. Of course, also, some bit of clarity in terms of safe harbor and advanced price mechanisms, I think will really help. It's not the higher rates, but I think it's just the uncertainty which actually impacts GCC. So if we have some clarity around that and faster API mechanisms, I think you will see more and more GCCs come into the country. Another element is, of course, both in terms of at an locational capability, which is both whether it is in the urban cities with respect to infrastructure, as well as the tier 2 cities. For example, I think the tier 2 cities do have a lot of potential, but there needs to be both a model GCC policy at a state level, and should be a very well coordinated at the center as well. So I think that is something that we do think is is important. And of course, the ecosystem, which we believe, especially the startup ecosystem, I think that would be critical to actually ensure that each of these GCCs also start moving up the value curve, but also because India has a very vibrant ecosystem of startups that would actually facilitate the development of these startup centers. Lastly, I think we really believe that there are two or three things that need to be done. One is really investment promotion in terms of who to target, both existing GCCs because they can have more number of operations move into India, but also with firms with no GCCs in India. And as I mentioned, a combination of both big Fortune 2000 companies, but also mid-market. The mid-market GCCs are pretty important because they've been growing at 39%. And we think between the 100 to 1 billion, we will see that growth continue for the next 5-10 years. So I think that is one part we do believe. Of course, the traditional markets of the US, UK are important, but we do think there are many underpenetrated markets, especially Asia Pacific, some parts of Europe. We do see that is underpenetrated, and we see more and more work coming into India. But all of this with a facilitation to ensure that there is an investment landing support. There is a clear help in terms of to say where to invest, which locations to look for, and to ensure that certain cities become, for example, ER&D, can Pune become the ER&D sort of capital? Can Lucknow become the AI capital? So things like that, I think, is also very important. And an overall governance framework, which we do think that there should be a national GCC council, really from having representation of ministries from finance, IT, commerce, electronics, education, skill. I think this is very important to have this national GCC council. Madam, you lead the GSTN one, which is hugely successful. I do think that the GCC council will also help fast-tracking many things. There should also be support, especially whether it is in terms of investment promotion, in terms of talent, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of regulatory issues as well, and advisory groups, which includes GCC leaders to ensure that they give their feedback. And lastly, we do think an interministerial working group across both center and states will really facilitate actually the movement of GCCs. GCCs is we do believe, as we see 50% of all GCCs in India, we see that movement to increase even more, but I think we need to seize the moment. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Gunjan. Thanks, Romal. And now I'll request Rajiv Memani, the president of CII, to give his remarks, please.
Thank you, CB. Honorable Finance Minister, welcome. My colleagues from industry, distinguished guests, let me first start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Finance Minister for her exemplary leadership of the Indian economy and ensuring that we are, through her vision, a steady hand in a very tumultuous global economic order. And I think that's so important for the economy and for the country and also for GCCs overall. I think it's a great signature of confidence that everyone gets, ma'am. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And also your presence here, along with the reference that you made in the budget, which for the first time, as far as I remember, in a document like a budget where GCCs were signaled out, I think it's a great source of confidence. It's a great source of inspiration for all our colleagues who work in the entire GCC ecosystem. So thank you very much, ma'am. And as I said, your presence is also a great sense of motivation to them. This is probably amongst the largest gathering of GCC members of large companies that we've had. So it's been an outstanding audience. Also, we have got members from other involved associations like NASSCOM who have been involved in this, and individuals, government officials from various ministries, very active participation from state associations, from GIFT and everyone else. So I think the entire participation has been very engaging right through this. I think a lot has been said in terms of GDP, the contribution of GCCs to the GDP. It's probably almost 8 to 9% of Indian exports and growing at a faster rate than where the Indian exports are. But I do want to say that the contribution of GCCs is much beyond the contribution just in terms of numbers. Historically, GCCs were set up mainly as cost centers on cost arbitrage, but increasingly over the last many years, it's become a very embedded part of the supply chains and of the international operations of global companies. So the global companies view this as a very critical part of the entire organization, and these GCCs are really strategically very, very important to each one of them. And more importantly, they are a very valued source of high quality talent. And also a lot of, I must say, a lot of returning Indians, returning PIOs, returning NRIs. I think it's a great fulcrum and a great attraction point for them. I think it was mentioned by both the speakers ahead of how AI-led transformation, other emerging technologies, GCCs are playing a very pivotal role in that and have become very critical to that change. And many first-in-kind initiatives, whether it's around Gen AI, 6G, precision medicine, research and development, and etc. The other interesting thing, what we are seeing, ma'am, is that the GCCs have also become the connection point between the global organization and India. And most of the global CXOs, it's part of their annual pilgrimage to come to India, and they're viewing India through the prism of the talent that they see in GCCs, the experience that they are having in GCCs. And I think the more as government we engage with them and we are trying to solve for their problems, I think the attractiveness of India, which is already very strong, becomes even stronger and stronger. Not only for talent, but also for ease of doing business and other things. And also the ecosystem of entrepreneurs that we are seeing, either in startups or in R&D, I think that also a lot of them have took their early lives in GCCs. I just want to highlight a few things. I think some of them were mentioned by Romal, and I just would maybe stress on some of them. The first one is the brand India, and we had the India Brand Equity Foundation. But if there is a way where collectively we can be seen much more emphatically as a brand and talk about some of the key factors in terms of why GCCs are attractive. Yes, they are known to a lot of people, but the more we can bring it home, the greater will be the pull factor to the GCCs. The second thing I would say, as has been mentioned earlier, the GCCs now are becoming more and more integral part of the global organization. So today it's very hard to distinguish whether this person is based in LA, Seattle, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Lucknow. They're all becoming more and more integral to the whole thing. And there are two things that are resulting from that. I think the tax issues are becoming slightly a challenge, or it's a question mark. I won't say it's a challenge. There are no major concerns, but it becomes a question mark. Do they create a permanent establishment in India? There are people who are working here who are directly reporting to their global headquarters. There are a lot of people who are global leaders who are based out of India. And do they create, because of that, does it become a place of effective management and poem? Do they create technical services in India? I think a lot of it is also around muscle memory about some issues that are raised. But the more I think we can clarify on these things, I think the more easier the decision-making process will become for a lot of the GCCs. And likewise, the new development is coming in areas which are, whether it's in AI, whether it's in quantum, whether it's other areas, the more we can have better participation, and a lot of that onus sits with industry, between industry, universities, academia, and state. The better it will become, because if we can become the fulcrum point, the factory of producing some leading edge talent, then this journey or this revolution is going to accelerate even at a further pace. So I think those are some of the things I did want to mention. During the course of the day and otherwise also, there are some of the issues that have come on ease of doing business and other areas. So as CII, what we have decided that we'll put together a very crisp, concise 3 or 4 pages, which will highlight some of the issues, some at the center level, some at the state level, and we will get back to you, ma'am, and to the other stakeholders as well, to say how we can try and simplify these things. Most of these things are not complex. These are old rules which are there. And I would say on behalf of CII, I think we are committed to working closely with our members, working closely with government, and see how we can facilitate and strengthen the GCC movement more and more in the country. So thank you, ma'am, once again. Thank you for your continued support. And, I would like to invite you, if you can, to, if you were to speak from here or from there. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, CII, for having put through this business conclave, business summit. Soon after the budget, I had a conversation with the CII, requesting them to get me a feel of what the GCC world is going about and what exactly is the expectation in the ground. And also, since we have, since before the budget, had conversations about GCC in India, policy support for it, and also looking at ways in which we could add more strength to the GCC. And the result was that we found a very good paragraph in the budget itself. Post that, I didn't want to lose the momentum, so the request was made. And I'm happy that I can see you spent a good day-long conversation on this. A crisp report has been given. But I'll certainly look forward to very quickly having the summary of what's come out of today, although I know that there are two more that we're doing. One in Visakhapatnam and the other one which is going to be in Patna, is it? So we wanted to ensure that we give opportunity for the stakeholders to talk about the GCC universe. I was, of course, pleasantly surprised when I was having my team tell me about the developments, that in India since 1985 we've had GCCs. That was a strange factoid which came before me, since 85. So since 85, when the world knew about BPOs, we still had something called GCC then. But then it took nearly 30 years, or even slightly more than that, to reach a number of 1,000 GCCs in India. So it was too slow to grow, or probably that's how it was evolving to reach the status of a GCC. But post reaching the 1,000 in, say, about 2015 to 2024, one more 1,000 got added to the number. So the rapidity with which GCC grew after 2015 is noteworthy. But post that, and post that is the time when we have to really set the pace as much as it is expected from those who want to come and set up GCCs in India. So for that, what are the concerns? Now, even from this presentation, without looking at what I have before me, what I've brought to convey, I can see that what the union government has set forth in the budget, if it has to effectively give us that kind of an advantage in setting up GCCs in India, bringing talent pool together to be able to give the advantage and make sure that the other governance-related support is being provided, it has to really come from the union down to the states levels. And that's where the suggestion which was briefly put before us, that the governing mechanism will have to be now institutionalized and also made to literally keep running with this horse. So really, if the governing council, the Niti Aayog, other departments will all have to sit together and post that take to the states, and from the states even to the third tier. There's work there. So it's not just the tax. Yes, there is something about the tax as well. I'm not forgetting that. But there is something which we have to literally, in a way, lubricate the entire administrative and governing mechanism top down to make sure the same energy prevails everywhere and the same buzz really gives the facility for us to set up without much of a worry, where actually all over India the advantage is ready for everybody to capture. So if that is one of the things that you have come up with, I see that there's been a thorough discussion, and that's where you were able to put this structural requirement before us. So it's one thing for me to take that on and then see how best I can have the government work together for that purpose. But on the advanced pricing and the ruling, tax-related ruling, I think some work was done in this budget. I don't know if it has come down in the form of rules and regulations which will have to be stated outside. I know at least of 2 cases where, without my intervention, very quick decisions were taken, relief was given so that they don't have to come every year seeking a guidance on the advanced price ruling. So those steps have already commenced. And I would think that will be applicable for the GCCs as well. I know of the instances which are not related to GCC where advanced pricing mechanism and the ruling and everything else could be now on a predictable platform. So I'm sure that applies to GCC by my understanding, but let me check it up and have some relief provided there. I'm told at least on an average, 1 new GCC per week was set up in the year 2024. The similar number is expected this year as well. Now, that's not going to be enough for me to quote the number, but what are we doing to make sure that number grows and not comes down? So that is one thing which we need to put before you. I need to say this, but I know the other side of the coin was already mentioned by our friend. Approximately 50% of all Fortune 500 companies have set up their GCCs in India. Was the data I thought I was going to give you, but I've already heard 2/3 are not here. So yes, we'll have to see where the ground is and be more inviting of the rest of them to come here. And they employ together, all the GCCs in India employ nearly 2.16 million professionals. And the CAGR at which it has grown is 11% over the last 5 years. And this number of 2.16 million is expected to go to 2.80 million by 2030. And I guess this is a very conservative number. And what does the GCC sector contribute to India? $68 billion as direct gross value addition. That is around 1.6% of our national GDP. By 2030, the gross value addition from GCCs could potentially range between $150 billion to anywhere $200 billion. So that's the scope we have before us, the potential that we can see. And I'm sure all of you all are well aware of this fact, but that's where you've sat together today to see how to realize it. And it's not just product development, it is not services and operation, and it is not just delivery complex work that requires a significant understanding of the business context and the imperatives. The setup rate, and this is again one interesting detail, the setup rate of engineering research and development, the GCCs have grown 1.3 times faster than the overall GCC setup over the last 5 years. There is a slant, but that slant might now change. It might bring in newer areas because you can see that leveraging is going to be even better in those newer areas which have already not happened. However, there is a clear shift towards high value added work in India, and that's something which you can't ignore. And what is the talent advantage we have at the moment? Again, something which you may be aware of. 28% of the global science and technology, the STEM people, 28% of the STEM workforce and 23% of the global software engineering talent are into the GCC. And 32% of the global GCC talent is currently based in India. And one point which Rajiv mentioned, people who are returning to India are staying put because they see high-end opportunities now available here. But before I go to that, if 32% of the global GCC talent is currently based in India, the government has also set up institutions that which can feed into your requirement as GCCs. The last decade alone, 7 new IITs have been set up, 16 new IIITs have been set up. As a result, you can get quality, skilled people coming out, and the highest proportion, and I'm glad to say this point, while it shouldn't matter, but it should matter because India stands out in this area, and I would like this to be noticed. The highest proportion of female science, technology, engineering, mathematics graduates, STEM graduates, at 42.7%. That's the number of graduates, female graduates, coming in STEM. And it is important, and I'm happy, because there is approximately 35% female participation in the GCC workforce. A very important development which I will not miss, giving appreciation to the GCC that you've taken in that many number of female STEM qualified people. So our talent is more cost effective compared to the other countries. It is estimated that costs are 30 to 50% lesser in India than in the UK, than in the US, and than in Australia. So our cost itself is giving you that lead advantage. And the GCC ecosystem has matured sufficiently in the last decade, and it's moving beyond just execution. It's also becoming center of strategic leadership and transformation. So the nature of GCC, on which you had a lot of critics initially, saying, oh, back again, you're promoting India's talent to get into GCCs, which are only glorified BPOs. There's enough data and more, enough profile of GCC and more, with which people can now see that they are becoming centers of research and development and leadership and also of innovation. So they're not BPOs. They are bringing in such talent, high-end research and innovation, and that's why this alignment with startups are happening. Otherwise, you wouldn't be aligning with startups which are constantly looking at their core activity of innovating, providing in situ solutions for festering problems like infrastructure, cost-effective innovations, and making sure that newer areas are being brought in, space technology, or looking at some of the rarest problems that India faces about maximum utilization of few resources that we have. And of course, bringing in innovation into agriculture, food security, dependent on more efficient agriculture, and so on. So many GCCs now house high-end roles, including product managers, architects, data scientists, and global function heads. So a recent survey found that over 35% of transformation hubs in India report a strong presence of architects, demonstrating the growing complexity and global ownership of tech mandates. Global roles within India GCCs are expected to increase from 6,500 today to over 30,000 by 2030, supported by, of course, robust in-house training programs that nurture global-ready leadership. Now, again referring to one more survey, the Stanford AI Index 2024 says since 2016, India has the highest penetration of AI skills. So we are talking about alignment with startups, placing emphasis on research and development, innovation. Now, most often we've heard India, are you prepared for AI? Are you readying your youth for AI? Are you readying for a plan where AI takes over and your labor is going to go away? Are you readying for a situation where your youth will be AI ready? These questions are often posed to us. Now, this Stanford AI Index, which came out in 2024, tells you that since 2016, India has the highest penetration of AI skills. I don't want to gloat with this figure. I don't want to say, we've done it all. No. But the fact remains that the emphasis of the government to push for technology-related skilling, upskilling, and so on is showing an outcome. And AI talent concentration was also measured. AI talent concentration in India has grown 263% since 2016 and positioning the country as a major AI hub. And no wonder, not this budget, the earlier budgets as well, we had set up centers of excellence in AI, using AI for agriculture. There's one center somewhere in Haryana or Punjab. Using AI again for a center of excellence looking at health. AI for urban development, because we want future cities to be ready. So we, through the budget, made provisions to set up AI centers of excellence where focus will be given for studying on specific areas, bring in specialists in AI for those areas, bring user cases so that we can sandbox them, get them out so that it can be applicable, ready for the ground. This work has been going on for the last 3-4 years. We've also had a hub and spoke model where universities which are in some regions can depend on the, let us say, IIT or the Indian Institute of Sciences or such institutions and become pooling into that center for training or to go back and train more people in their own respective. So hub and spoke model has actually helped us. The UNDP's Human Development Index also underscores India's unique status on the global stage as a rising AI powerhouse. As of 2023, 20% of AI researchers in India choose to stay in the country. The point that I wanted Rajiv Memani to hear, which he also mentioned, that more people choose to be in India nowadays rather than go back. AI researchers, at least 20% of them choose to remain in the country, which is a big difference considering that in 2019, this number was 0. Most AI talented fellows would want to go away. Today, in 2023, that is not even today, 2 years before 2025, as different from 2019, 20% of them want to stay back in India. So about the startup, you've given the details, so I don't want to spend more time on it. Fellowships are being given for full-time PhD scholars researching in AI in the top 50 NIRF ranked institutions. So we are promoting at the student level, at the university level, at the research scholar level. Funds are being given so that these scholars can do their PhDs in eminent institutions, 50 top NIRF ranked institutions. And to enhance accessibility, data and AI labs are being established in Tier 2 cities and Tier 3 cities with a Model India AI Data Lab already set up in the National Institute of Electronics and IT, which is in Delhi. A Model AI, India AI Data Lab is set up in the National Institute of Electronics and IT in Delhi itself. So with most of this information, data that you know, I just want to highlight that the government's skilling efforts, providing funds for research are all going intact, large-scale skilling initiatives, particularly under the PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana, under which 1.6 crore people have already been trained. And otherwise, I don't think the Stanford ranking or the others would have included that the AI data pool or personal pool is widening in India. And these Kaushal Vikas Yojana scheme are being aligned with emerging industry needs. 200 plus new age skill courses have also been provided and approved under the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, and 29 new age courses have been introduced under the Craftsman Training Scheme in the ITIs. And the recent union budget, of course, has advanced this agenda through announcements such as setting up of 5 national centers of excellence for skilling and the launch of centrally sponsored scheme, upgradation of, this is a very important one because it actually takes it down to the states, to the level of districts, 1,000 industrial training institutes of India. We would have heard of ITIs. Many of us probably do not hold them in much of a regard. And I wouldn't blame any of us who think ITIs deliver nothing much. But today, ITIs, with the funding from the central government, are really investing in equipments which are needed for hands-on training for youth in AI. We fund them to get these equipments, fund them to get scholars who can come and train them, experts, professionals who can train them in AI. So it's going down to the district level. And this is also monitored by the Prime Minister once in a month through the Pragati program, which he talks to the district administration saying, are you up to the budgetary announcement? Are you showing improvement? So great emphasis on taking it down to tier 2, tier 3 level so that skilled youth are going to be available. So this is a subject of futuristic opportunities. And I'm sure all of us have very valid concerns. We also have very valid thoughts about how India can benefit from it. As I said, I'll be very keen to know the developments of this and the outcome of this kind of a discussion. I would urge the industry to see the prospects which lie in tier 2 and tier 3. And particularly, I'm very happy that GIFT is being represented here. GIFT City has played a lot in terms of bringing STEM education, particularly for the financial sector related education. And it opens up opportunities for GCC to be established in GIFT because the taxation and other things are all very conducive. They have been under a single regulator where you don't have to run between RBI and SEBI and IRDAI or PFRDA. All of them are sitting in one place in GIFT. So I'm glad that they are here. They can speak for their cause. So the national framework was also announced. There's a lot of work to do. Equally, there is great opportunity for us. So together with all your heads put together, we'll be able to get some concrete steps on which I assure you the best of attention will be given by the Government of India. We wish to take this forward with all your support. India should not lose this advantage that it has. So without wasting more time, we should just get going, whether it is taxation, whether it is legislative support, whether it's state administration. We shall ensure that all of us are going to be in this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finance Minister. It was very pertinent, the issues that you raised, and my takeaway are threefolds. One is really the forthrightness, the openness, and a very keen posture from a government standpoint to ensure that there is complete coordination And secondly, that all the issues that we have, an open mind to at least hearing, detailing, and trying to see, not everything is accepted, but at least trying to see how some of those issues are resolved, or at least the government's point of view is put forward as to why those are. And the most important is the amount of time that you spent in detailing what the government is doing in AI. A lot of times it is lost on us, and as we all know that the future success of GCCs to a large extent depends on how India develops its future talent pool. And the emphasis that the government is playing, obviously there are lots of ways in which industry government can participate better, but lots of things that are happening on the ground, which sometimes we don't pay that much of attention. So thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. Really appreciate it, ma'am. And as we draw to a close of the CII GCC summit, I think the conversations today have reaffirmed both the success that has been achieved in GCCs and also the future potential that lies therein. And India today is at a very interesting inflection point. Obviously, it's one of the largest places for GCCs, but this is also a very important inflection point, especially with the advent of some of the emerging technologies, technology being more and more critical to every sector, and AI, that you know, how we change, how we address, how we are more proactive, how we develop our skills is very important. And at CII, we're very keen to use this as a starting point and engaging with all of you and engaging with the government and also, you know, try and see that how do we move things forward and actually implement some things on the ground. So actually have an actionable agenda. So thank you very much to the Honorable Finance Minister. Thank you very much to all the people from government, all the officials, senior officials from government who were there right through the day. And of course, to all the you know, important stakeholders in the GCC world. And thanks a lot to Romal and Gunjan and their respective organizations for really putting out an outstanding report. So thank you very much and look forward to further engagement.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the close of the GCC Business Summit. I'd like to invite all of you to join us for dinner. Good night and thank you very much.